the digital monolith that all the world leaders ogled at,
Did they?
and it says fight. Yeah, you gotta look at the digital monolith at NATO. And again, the monolith is from the movie Space Odyssey, 1968. In 2020, monoliths were appearing everywhere. This is why. And what I'm suggesting again here is that David Bowie's music was there to track along with it just as a, like as a cultural counterpart. And I even think it's like, okay, Space Odyssey, the song, or Space Oddity, was the first music video performed in space. It was Chris Hadfield. Ground Control to Major Tom. Major Tom is probably Major Tom Cruise, if you ask me. I think that that's how deep the foreshadowing goes. The story of Tom Cruise in Vanilla Sky as a 33-year-old dying and then being reborn after 3 days, that corresponds to the Twin Towers, 33 years old, burning, and then 13 years later they open them up. This is a psychodrama that extends across multiple generations. And so that's how big of a scope this thing is. Cruise is just a bit player, but him losing the space race to the Russians in the challenge last year, to me, was foreshadowing that the Russians are going to defeat America in this particular
And
psyop or whatever.
and that segues perfect to our final topic. And I'm sorry for taking extra time. I know your time is very valuable, but thank you for being with us here. Final topic has to do with this Russia onslaught in the news. We keep hearing Russia this, Russia that. We hear Ukraine. That they're just obsessively pushing this topic, and you've been touching on this for a long time now, and it just kind of manifested overnight last week, and I couldn't help but think back to this headline here, which I think is how I want to segue over to that topic and get your takes on these things. You brought this to my attention, and I'll just read it from right here. The Americans drink their urine, the Russians don't. It tastes like bottled water, says the water subsystem manager for the ISS at NASA's Flight Center. As long as you can... okay, so basically they're talking about how they stomach it, but somehow they're telling us that Russians get to drink the filtered water that they bring up with the spaceship, and then the Americans drink filtered urine. And what do you think? Because this seems like a contrived story that doesn't make any sense. What do you think the symbology is here?
Yes, I remember when I first started looking at this, I thought, if this whole thing is fake, then why are they bringing this up? Is it a sick joke? Is it a hazing? But if you look at the subtext, it means something that the Russians they're drinking water in space up there, and the Americans are drinking Russian urine. It's recycled, sure, but when you look at the subtext here, I'm thinking, is America being dominated in space? Is America going to take a fall? Have we lost the space race? Have we already been punked and we don't know it? So I took it to be some kind of, and then also the first time I heard this, Donald Trump was hanging out with an astronaut and Ivanka, and they're talking to the commander, Peg Whitman of the ISS, who spent 666 days in space, by the way. And she's on the screen and she's chugging this thing. And Trump's like, better you than me. And they laughed about how she's drinking the Russian urine. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. Right before that, the big news of the day was Donald Trump was getting golden showers by Russian prostitutes
Right.
shortly before then. And I'm thinking, golden showers from Russians, Americans drinking Russian something. So I kind of read in the subtext there that maybe something was going to go down in space and Russia was going to take over the uh, low Earth orbit domain.
Well, I have somebody who sends me some really interesting thoughts, and just a couple that I got today. They told me climate change is an anagram of chemical agent. So that's a curious one. But they also, when I brought this up, I was telling how you were going to be on the show, and I had some thoughts about the ISS, and one of them that I mentioned was this story. And they sent me an email about the Pi variant, which is something I've been forecasting here and guessing is about to happen. Based on all the conditioning and all the propaganda that I'm seeing with the vaccines and the COVID, it seems like Omicron is conditioning people to everything's proportionate, and you get your rights back if the variant is mild. But then it looks like the Pi variant is going to be more deadly, is my guess. And rapid test, this phrase they always use, rapid test, is an anagram of Pi started. Lots of things like that I've seen. And they sent me this email, though, my long story short, that this story about piss and the ISS could be Pi plus ISS. And I wonder if these two predictions, these two forecasts we have here, are going to collide and be the major news stories in the foreseeable future. So I just wanted to throw that in there. If you want to comment on that, I'd love to hear it. But then I wanted to ask you
Yeah.
about the whole situation with Russia. But first, what are your thoughts on that possibility of Pi variant plus the ISS being shot down, or just drama with the ISS together as piss? And this is a
I would
contrived
say
piss story.
the world stage is nothing if not entertaining theater, and they're constantly inculcating double meanings, double entendres, and encoded meanings in the names of the different characters. And I'm always pointing this stuff out. Like, there's no way it's the inside jokes are legion with this group. So that wouldn't shock me one bit. Anagrams too. Chemical agent, an anagram for climate change. Well, climate change is 33 years old. So I've been
Oh
looking
wow,
closely at that, thinking if there's going to be any kind of simulated event, this will be the year.
they're gearing up for it
Oh,
for sure. The
and speaking
propaganda
of
is thick.
anagrams, you sent me one this morning that Ukraine is an anagram for air nuke.
Yep. And also UK
Okay,
rain, like the UK reigns over the rest of the world. But yeah, air nuke as well. All thanks to that same person who emails me the tips. So shout out to them. But yeah, what are your thoughts on air nuke, Ukraine?
okay, air nuke stands out to me because when we were first looking at again, notice the date 113. We were looking, and this is before I knew the significance of that date. I didn't know the new tower opened on that date. But again, we were looking at this 113 date and this Seattle predictive programming, and the $100 bill folded up gives you a space needle with what looks to be a burst above it, like a starburst, like a EMP in the sky. So an air nuke. So air nuke actually does seem like it would be part of the story right now, because if there is going to be a nuke, it's going to be an
Can
EMP.
you say that
And
again?
there's
What graphic looked like what you just described?
Yeah, okay, and funnily enough, the last time I brought out the video on this, my internet went down. The $100 bill folded up.
Oh
Like the
yes, I have
$20
that.
bill gives you the Twin Towers. That
Yeah,
would
I
give you
have
the
that
Space
actually
Needle
right
with an
here.
air nuke.
Oh, there's that one as well. And then there's also the flooding of New York City. Are you aware of this way to fold the $100 bill while I pull up the other one?
Yeah, the $100 bill gets you the flooding of New York, and it gets you the air nuke, or the anagrammed Ukraine, above the Space Needle in Seattle, which is state 42. I'm sorry, in state 42, Washington. And the Space Needle, by the way, is 42 meters wide. And do you want to guess how many seconds it takes to ascend the elevator in the Space Needle?
113.
42 seconds.
42. Okay. Wow.
And let me run this one by you really quick. On 1-9, there was a 19-story tower, the Northwest Tower, on 1-9 that burned. They say 19 people died. That was the initial report. So 1-9, 19 floors, 19 people, Northwest Tower burns, caused by space heaters. So when I saw that, I'm thinking Northwest, probably a reference to Seattle or
Uh-huh.
Washington. And I'm thinking space heater, space wars. So a lot of the space war predictive programming we've been seeing has been pointing at the Northwest. And the fire engine that put out the fire was engine number 42, interestingly enough. I had a reporter there on site. So I'm seeing that event on 1-9 as suggesting there's going to be another 9/11. This is a Bronx fire, by the way. The next 9/11 is going to be a space 9/11 as things heat up in space. And then they also said that the space heaters were necessitated by climate change. So there's that angle, because the climate change angle connects to the space war schism here, capitalism versus communism. Communism, of course, being synonymous with the environmentalist green agenda.
And final question, I guess, because we could talk for a long time, and I don't want to steal your time. What do you think about the whole situation with Russia? What can we predict from your analysis coming at it entirely different? And I guess after this, I want to ask you about auto hoaxing. So maybe one more question afterwards. But what are your thoughts about the Russia situation and predictions based on your analysis? Because you come at it in a completely different direction, and I think it's interesting for people to hear what you think is coming next.
Great. Yeah, and yeah, I certainly don't mind. We haven't spoken in a while, and it's about time we've caught up on things. So I'm happy to answer all these questions and respond to any other questions people may have. But yeah, so the phrase auto hoax and the auto hoaxer is somewhat new, but it's about really epistemology. How do you know what you know? Do you assume it's true because it comes through a screen? And I think we can all agree at this point that you can no longer rely on televised news for factual information about reality. So on some level, we're all having to admit that you're going to be a dupe if you just believe everything. So you have to have some level of skepticism. The problem is most people have turned it off, and by default, they trust the news. They trust the screen. So those of us who say, if it's an extraordinary claim, we need evidence, or it's not true to us. We don't have to acknowledge it as true. We're being logically consistent and sound here. But yes, we are automatically assuming it to be a hoax if it's extraordinary without evidence. So that's the approach. And that approach leaves you with a lot of unanswered questions, but it also leaves you without a lot of things to be afraid of that turn out to be hoaxed later. So it's just, to me, it's just reasserting the idea that the burden of proof is on the one offering the most outrageous story. And for so long, the media has been selling us outrageous stories, and people have accepted that burden of proof. And it's not fair. We don't have the I don't think we have enough information to even know one way or the other. So it shouldn't even be on us. So with my approach is this, given that I look at all these events as, even looking back, we have to question, did that event even happen the way they said? Did as many people die as they say? Because the fake news of today becomes history when it's unchallenged. So when I'm looking at what's coming next, I'm thinking this is all theater to guide us towards this great reset, one world order. That's what it's leading to, the cult of the monolith, this singular worldview with this new religion that they've mostly installed already. And so the atheists have a new, you don't have to believe in God to have this new religion. You got your flood myth, you have your concept of sin reintroduced as the virus, but all the way from top to bottom, they've given us a full worldview. And I think the last part of bringing this in is destroying the challengers to the system. So anybody that stands up to the UN, anybody that stands out as a pariah, even America does, because we're the main polluters. We are the Titanic that will have to sink. And so I kind of think that 9/11 symbolized America being brought to its knees, and 3/11 symbolizes, in many ways, if you look at the pandemic, 3/11 as like another 9/11 event, it shows us submitting. So the submission, I think, is also symbolic. The kneeling, which we saw with the BLM, a lot of politicians. I think the act of kneeling represents submission to this one world order. And that's what the new tower represents. The replacement tower they put up on 113. So I think that everyone's being brought to heel. And I think that's what the QAnon story is so important. And really quick, since we talked on about this whole Kubrick thing and Kennedy, we cannot separate Q from the Kennedys. And the Q story is, if you ask me, it's as old as 9/11, which is why I don't trust it. And so there's a subtext, a story with this whole Q thing that involves the Kennedy family. And again, I think this is all part of a myth that was constructed decades ago. But my point is, the bigger overall drama is that the challengers to the system have to fall. So whatever happens with Russia, whether they simulate an EMP, whatever they do, I'm assuming it to be fake until proven real. If they tell us there's fallout and you can't leave your house without a mask, I'm going to assume it to be as real as the 2020 thing.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, let me ask you, because I'm sure a lot of people are curious about this question. And also I want to ask you, and this will be the final question afterwards, about your work and your mission. And, I know you're into print and also radio and video streaming. So I want to hear what you're up to these days and what you're planning. But I wanted to ask you about, how do you see this whole world theater being orchestrated? And I know we've touched on this a little bit, but, basically they're all puppets and they're just the actors that we see on the screens. And then the writers and directors are behind the scenes planning the whole thing, but we don't know who they are. And it's all scripted. Is that the general idea? They're all on the same team. How do you see this, power complex hierarchy actually getting things done behind the scenes?
Well, for one, I think everything's on a need to know basis. So people will say they couldn't have faked Apollo 11 because there were 150,000 or so contractors, they'll say, involved. Well, not everybody has to know. If you look at an actual movie, who actually knows the words that the actors are going to speak in the final scene outside of the director and those actors? The stagehands don't have any information about this. So I'm saying that there's levels of The stagehands don't have the information about. And just like with the military, you have security clearances. And I think our world is run by security clearance societies or secret societies. And this need to know basis is necessary for the integrity of the whole thing. So I'm suggesting that most of the people are playing bit parts, and that the world stage is, and this is the biggest secret of all. And this is why I think it's important to make a distinction between fake and false flag. What this all gives away is that there is some kind of monolithic control over world media that has allowed the MSM, bipartisan media, to become the de facto world church. And I think that's what's going on now. I think that the old religions are being replaced by this new technocratic religion. And I think it's important to the powers that be that they retain total editorial control. And so right now they're involved in censoring the people who are questioning the news as being real, but they're allowing certain types of conspiracies. So for example, you can talk about aliens all day, but if you say aliens are fake and the earth is flat, you get censored. Why is that? So I'm just saying that, yeah, the bigger agenda here is that there is a monolithic world church that has actually disguised itself as many different decentralized media organizations. And to the extent that a media organization is not independent, or that it's basing its stories on established lies, they're just extensions of the same. So you don't even have to know that you're working for Big Brother or that you are Big Brother to be a part of it. You just have to go with the default interpretation of major world events.
So it's all compartmentalized, and if people stick their necks out, they get thrown off to the side. So it's just a big grooming process, and everyone just keeps doing their simple tasks that they're assigned without seeing the big picture, and they're rewarded probably handsomely, so they just go along with the flow, and if they stop, then they get weeded out. Basically what you're saying?
Precisely. And one other thing, I think all of this stuff is planned long in advance, and I think whoever's behind this, their symbolism is constantly referencing astrological bodies and ancient deities or whatever. Mm-hmm. The cult that runs the world is astrotheological, and everything's timed in the stars. I don't think it's a coincidence, therefore, that the conjunction between Jupiter and Saturn, the great conjunction on the solstice in 2021, I think that event was 100% tied into this World Economic Forum's Great Reset.
Wow.
That it was timed around that they had the great conjunction of Jupiter Saturn. The significance of that is that the last time we had a Jupiter Saturn conjunct on a winter solstice was when Christ was supposedly born. So here we are, the year 2020, and we have a great conjunction, and then we have this great reset. So we start 2021, all the talks about build back better. Not a coincidence when you look at the World Economic Forum and their 666 logo, or even build back better. You know,
and it's the same as rebuilding American defenses. Same kind of idea. The phoenix rising out of the ashes, right?
100%. The phoenix rising out of the ashes. And one more thing on that, because this phoenix thing is very important. When you looked at the inauguration, you saw Lady Gaga dressed up like something from the Hunger Games,
right,
wearing a dove on her shirt with the olive branch. Well, the dove with the olive branch represents the post-flood, a post-reset. After the flood, the dove brings the olive branch to Noah to say, hey, you can go back. So the dove is actually another way of representing the phoenix. Look at the Hunger Games, and she was wearing the Hunger Games uniform, and look at the Mockingjay. You have a phoenix with an arrow in its mouth. Same symbol. It's about burning down or flooding and building back after. So the symbol of the phoenix is the symbol of the cult that, in my view, the cult that runs the world. And the way they run it is cyclical revolution, burning down so nobody else can keep up with them, and they build back on the ashes. And I think that's been indicated again and again in their symbolism. And that's why we have the phoenix so prevalent in these major situations like 9/11, where they're burning down our world and building back, quote, better.
Wow. And every line and every point you bring up, it just reminds me of 10 other great points I've heard you say over the years. And I just can't recommend your channel enough to people out there. Check out the link in the description, everybody. What's your mission these days, Tim? And what medium are you using? And what's your next step? Like what projects or main project are you looking into next?
Right now, I'm getting Infinite Plane. So, Infinite Plane Radio is really the voice of the Infinite Plane Society, which is the think tank of researchers. And we have had this pool of researchers, as you know, you've been a participant going back several years. So, the Infinite Plane Society, you could consider it to be the philosophical movement, the art movement, or the meme pool. But Infinite Plane Radio is where I do this. But now I'm getting into print. So, the next step forward is print newspaper twice a month. And what I want to do is I want to create a news organization that is solely based on a post-world stage perspective. So it's not AP. It's those who don't believe AP. So it'll be 100% pure skepticism, completely bannable on the internet. And it's not even what they say is it's hate speech or it's malinformation. But the truth is, what we're doing, I think, is really just an in-depth critique of the world stage. And so I want to get all these post-world stage perspectives into a newspaper format. So I'll be doing interviews, I'll be getting other writers involved, but yeah, I want to maintain this and expand it. And not only expand it, but I have hundreds of press passes that I've issued ever since they said that you have to stay home for COVID unless you're essential, and media are essential. So I turned Infinite Plane Media into an organization with reporters everywhere. So yeah, I see this as a long-term endeavor to exist as an independent media organization and completely ignoring all terms of service from all of the government-controlled platforms.
And I'm a regular listener, and I just learned something new before we started. You were telling me that you have a pretty good archive on all these different podcast sites, and the updates are still flowing through those channels. Is that right? Is that the place to go for people who want to get up to speed real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. What I have done is I realized that the video sites are 100% compromised and they're very easy to censor, but podcasting is a place where free speech still exists, which is why I think that Joe Rogan is being roasted because I think he's look, this is a little short side note, but you can look into this. Last year, when Joe Rogan was being called out as someone who needed to be canceled, they pulled 42 tracks from Spotify. And as I said before, the number 42 is always associated with falling, people falling from grace even. So I saw that and I said, watch, something's going down with Joe Rogan. Well, fast forward, they pulled 71 more tracks and now he's got 113 tracks pulled.
Wow.
And remember I said the number 42 is used with the racial psyops? Well, specifically, Kaepernick's attorney assembled 24 instances of Joe using the N-word and put that into a compilation. So he went from 42 tracks banned to 113. 113, again, burning down the old, building back. I think this is iconoclasm, and they're destroying what Joe Rogan represents: toxic masculinity, free speech, all that dangerous stuff. Anyway, it's in the numbers. And so I'm just saying again that, as you've noticed, we've been observing these patterns, these numbers, and it tells a story. And so if anybody wants to catch up with what I'm on, what we're talking about anytime, I moved from just the video sites to the podcasting platforms. And so for the time being, before Joe ruins it, it's still relatively uncensored. So if you search Infinite Plane Radio, you'll find us on iHeartRadio, iTunes, Apple, Audible, pretty much any podcasting platform, dozens of them. We're on all of them, and it's always up to date.
I remember I used to go to your Anchor page. Does that still have the posts as well? Is that how you publish them out?
Yes, Anchor as well. Anchor, SoundCloud, Infinite Plane Radio. So what I did was this: I realized they're going to block us on on Facebook and on YouTube. So if you just expand laterally across as many platforms as you can, you'll just be findable. So Infinite Plane Radio is infinitely findable. You can't not find us if you search.
I need to track you down, and I recommend everyone else do the same. I've been missing your analysis. You can just rattle off all these interesting insights just for 2 or 3 hours. You take phone calls, which is always really fun, and you do a great job. Thank you so much, Tim, for joining us. Any final words you want to leave the people with? It seems like more people are in the chat than ever right now. People keep showing up and sticking around, so more than the whole rest of the stream. So any words for the people out there?
I would say this: we have been following the news since 2019. It's beyond skepticism. We're analyzing the storylines, the subtext, and the narratives. And so to me, I feel like this is Mystery Science Theater 3000. captive audience forced to watch bad science fiction to drive us crazy. And we're the ones who weren't driven crazy. The masses of people who believe it are the ones who have been effectively processed. So my final thought would be this. I think it's important to maintain networks of people who see through the haze. And that's what these chat rooms are for. That's what you do. And I think it's important that we continue to network, because the numbers of us that see through it at this level, it's growing, but we're not integrated. And so we shouldn't have to by default go listen to some bullshit artist like, this sellout or that sellout, when they don't understand even the basics of crisis actors or psyops. So anyway, yeah, to really see through the world stage, I think you need to be with people who are on this level of auto hoaxing, which is again one of these things they try to stamp out auto hoaxing. I was kicked out of was it Paul Joseph Watson? I was kicked out of one of his chats. I was blocked for being called, he called me an auto hoaxer. So mainstream conspiracy theorists don't like this level of radical skepticism. So I intend to, maintain it, obviously. So anyway, yeah, thanks for having me on. We'll have to do a follow-up after whatever goes down goes down.
Yeah.
Also keep an eye on the 4th. The moon's going to be hit by some big piece of junk tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay, we'll check. We'll keep an eye on the moon and an eye on the ISS. Thank you so much, Tim, for joining us. Keep up the great work, man, and really appreciate you.
Likewise, I've been a big listener and supporter on Patreon of yours, and I've been following you since, 2019, and pleasure to speak with you. Have a great day.
All right, have a good one, man. Bye.
All right, everyone out there on We are being hit by gremlins. Internet is a little spotty at the moment, but let me go ahead and send out live stream notifications. We are live. It is 1:13 a.m. Mountain Time. If you're getting the newsletters or the text alerts, you should already have received those. We'll give people just a few more seconds to show up here. Again, it is 3/1/2022. I guess the big news today is the State of the Union. The cracked State of the Union. I know they dropped the mask mandates. Will they be handing out crack pipes? Okay, there's some people here. Looks like we're joined here by Lickety Split, Patrick78, Delightfully Not, Infinite Muse, Just a Cup, Thirst for Truth, Clap Trap, Andrew Munchkin. Going over to DLive to participate. Okay. Our DLive account is DLive/InfinitePlane.radio. It's .radio. So you can find us there. But all the chats are intermingled here. We are also on Twitch, Rumble, and Float 24/7. You can also hear us on Conspiratainment Radio. I would like to have started about 12 hours ago, but it's just been a little hectic. But there's a lot going on right now, and it's all fake. That's the weird thing about it. Like there's this big war going on, and I haven't seen any evidence for any of it being real. Truth VJ McDirtywork had mentioned, just as a quick PSA in case you didn't know, that when you thumbs up the live stream, it helps the algorithm notify people that the stream is on. So whatever that means, it'll improve our rating. So if you want to thumb it up, please do. I usually treat these YouTube channels as like more or less disposable, so I don't even really make it a big deal. But who knows? Maybe one of these channels will last. I mean, how many channels have we burned through in the last month? Like four. In fact, one of the channels that was terminated for some kind of rule violation about 2 months ago was the one that had the paid premium that blocks commercials, and that expired, and I can't log back in. So I'm forced to watch commercials because I can't log in because I've been banned. It's a weird form of punishment. And a rule of thumb, let me bring this up really quick because I've been debating with people who claim that they've seen space stations or low Earth orbit satellites, and you may believe it, you may have reasons to think so. Maybe you saw a light. Maybe it's consistent with what the app would have led you to expect. Because there are apps, there are websites that will tell you that something's going to cross over at this time. So my point being, if you're going to say you saw the space station flying over your head and you don't remember the time and the date, then you're not really a credible witness. So in other words, the testimony of unreliable witnesses is not acceptable. And why would you even bother to testify if your information was very foggy? So just something I'm bringing up because whenever people say they've seen the space station, you have to get into specifics because oftentimes they're mandoozled. In other words, they've invented the memories, and it happens to everybody. It's a simple thing. It's a matter of confabulation, and whether or not someone's conscious of it doesn't really matter. But my point is, what many of the confabulators who imagine having seen these things fail to account for is that in order to see the space station, it has to have a light source, i.e. the sun, because it doesn't have any lights on it. And once it passes the terminator, it cannot really reflect the sun. So that's kind of a problem. And so if somebody recalls having seen it, let's say at midnight or 2 in the morning, chances are it was within the umbra, the deepest part of the Earth's shadow, and therefore highly unlikely to have been even visible. Again, yes, they've removed the mask mandates. The House lifting mask mandates ahead of the State of the Union, which is now going to be today, the 1st. Let's see, Patrick78 says Satelloons, helium powered. Well, even if you're dealing with helium powered Satelloons, where does the light come from? It doesn't matter if they are low Earth orbit or even more so with helium powered. You're less likely to see it. The Fly says, did you guys see the story about Netflix banning Russian propaganda? It wouldn't surprise me. I stopped paying attention to this thing when all the print-on-demand stores like Teespring ask you as a default, do you want to have the Ukrainian flag on the mug behind your logo? Do you want the yellow and blue? It's like, no, I don't want to take side. They side you with the Ukrainians, which made me think, okay, I'm probably not on either side, but if I were to take one, it's going to be the one that's not being coerced. But again, they're lifting the mask mandates, and so I've been saying for a few days now, every day, shout out to Putin for curing COVID. I mean, just look how arbitrary this thing is. Oh, also I wanted to say shout out to a couple of other people who've pitched in over at the infiniteplane.media site. Waynell Sexton, $10 new donor. Maybe it's because we've been shouting her out. She is easily she's like the Forrest Gump of crisis actors. I mean, is there any scene that she has not been at? We're talking about George Floyd's teacher, an aggrieved and angered mother at Orlando and Thousand Oaks, a victim at Las Vegas, and a psycho raging liberal professor burning books outside of a Milo Yiannopoulos speech. I mean, we have all these different things. I think she's even shown up somewhere else. It was somewhere else, but anyway, very prolific. Although that Ukrainian lady with the head wound, and I called it out from day one. I said, this is not real. This can't be real. Referencing the one who had the cheesecloth wrapped around her head and then everything else was bloody. No blood on the cheesecloth. Here's the picture, and I've seen a number of photos of her posing. I mean, she's a model, and I found some information about her, and we're talking about the same woman that six quote independent newspapers put on their cover. And of course, if you'll notice the emphasis on the one eye, that's basically Illuminati confirmed. That's just a cult of the all-seeing eye. Tells you it's a psyop. They even have her posing like Jesus. And here she is wearing her jacket. There's another shot where she's not wearing her jacket. Turns out her daughter is a scriptwriter. Her daughter is a scriptwriter and a model, and says that people need to stop questioning what her. Let me bring that up. I'll bring up the article. I looked into it, and it's as phony as can be. I just haven't seen anything here realistic about any of it so far. I haven't found any reason to take any of it seriously. Total clown world. And some of these characters are super unbelievable. It's like movie stars are interchangeable with politicians these days. Okay, Ukrainian woman crushed to death after crowd goes out of control. Now, that headline goes along with her picture. Her picture is on everything, which doesn't make any sense because that article is not about her. Anyway, I'm going to find this headline really quick here. It's unbelievable. Again, it's about the Ukrainian woman and how her daughter is annoying with people calling her mom an actor. And I believe they say, yeah, she's actually a scriptwriter. Here we go. Her name is Katerina. She says, I can rebuke all these fakes. I have photos and videos of the moment of the explosion. And she's a scriptwriter. The headline here is, Teacher 52, whose bloodied face became the iconic image of war in Ukraine, shows off her wounds in gruesome video after Russian media accuse her of faking her injuries and being an actress. So, calling her a crisis actress, does that make me a Russian agent? Am I a Russian bot? I'll open phones here shortly. To me, I'm just looking at this as cool makeup. I mean, this does not look realistic to me, and honestly, it's really not a good practice to show off your wounds. It's just gross. And another thing, why are you bringing a camera? You know, this is medical privacy here. The only people who bring cameras in and do selfies to show off their wounds are crisis actors. This looks like standard Walking Dead level special effects. It's a contact lens. Again, why is her blood green? Is she vaxxed? Boosted? Looks like goo blood to me. Let me go ahead and play the audio here. My point being, this is, she says, I'm a victim of a missile strike. And I believe we've seen enough here. I'm just wondering why these wounds and these bandages are different from the ones over here. Let's just go ahead and play it. Civilian missile strike victim left partially blind. It's the one eye symbolism is what I'm pointing out here.
Я оказалась жертвой ракетной атаки. Я действительно настоящая.
She says, I am a true person, I am not fake.
Многие не верят в
Many
реальность
don't believe the reality of what is happening,
Но чтобы доказать, что это правда, пожалуйста,
but to
посмотрите.
prove this is the
Это
truth,
реальные шрамы, это реальные раны.
these are real wounds. Gross. Okay, look, this is just Halloween makeup. That's just Halloween makeup. I'm sorry. There's nothing about that that even looks remotely realistic. And here she is posing without her jacket, then with the jacket. Again, no blood on the cheesecloth. And then you find here she's a kindergarten teacher. And again, she's been targeted by Russian trolls such as myself, who are suggesting that this is some kind of internet crisis actress. So her daughter is appealing to the media. Now, this is her daughter. No, she's not doing this for attention or to sell herself as a model, because her daughter happens to be a model. So she posts her actual headshot here and she says, this is a quote here: "A lot of people in social networks send me messages with different versions of who my mother is." Goes on to say something about how she's a scriptwriter. Her daughter appealed to the media to stop spreading the idea that it's fake. There are versions where she's an actress, but anyway, her daughter says, "I am a scriptwriter. I have photos and videos, blah blah." I find this to be very questionable. She's a scriptwriter. Does that sound weird to anybody here? All right, does anybody here have an explanation for why her blood was green there? Zinvala says, if you have to put out a press release to say it's not fake, it's probably fake. Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of the people who are sharing videos, even of footballers having heart attacks. I saw a list of them, like 75 dropped in the Discord server, and I went through them. Turns out that most of them were fake, and we can go through that. So if you think that soccer players are dying of heart attacks, I would really question some of these compilations. It's so easy to just share a compilation, someone else did the work, but also speaking of, people not vetting information, because that's all we do here. We are not conspiracy theorists. We don't engage in conjecture. All we do here is vet information. We vet information from the media to make sure we got the best. We know what is mis and what isn't misinformation, malinformation, dismiss. I mean, they have so many ways of describing information that isn't just bought and paid for propaganda. But look at this. Joe Rogan saw this image of Steven Seagal in front of some Russian special forces. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, wait a minute here. Here they are near this airfield captured by Russian airborne troops, and then you got Steven Seagal in front. Like, who's taking the picture? How does this even look real? Well, Joe Rogan thought this was real. It looks like a meme. And this just tells me that there is a level of visual illiteracy that has been inculcated. Like, we've been visually dumbed down. You can be the smartest person, in the world, but if you can't tell the difference between a cartoon or a meme and an actual photo, your judgment's going to be off. And Joe Rogan's judgment is off. So he sees this image of Steven Seagal fighting in the war, and he Instagrams it to his 4 billion followers, and he says, if I had to guess the plot of this movie, I would have to say now that we're about 14 hours from the arrival of aliens. So Joe Rogan takes the appearance of Steven Seagal as an indicator that aliens are on the way. Well, how come Joe Rogan laughs at Crater Earth or Flat Earth? How come Joe Rogan doesn't laugh at aliens or alien invasions showing up when humans reach peak drama, like some cheesy B movie? Like, why does he not see that as equally absurd as some of the things that he just mocks? But anyway, it was a really bad photoshopped meme. He had to Google it to make sure it wasn't real. So anyway, then you look at Steven Seagal, and he's often, I guess some people think he's actually some kind of actual real life superhero. They do this on purpose. They mix these characters, and they're on screen and then on world stage personas. I'm surprised they didn't bring him out to hunt Gabby Petito alongside Marjorie Taylor Greene. Or was that Dog the Bounty Hunter? I couldn't tell. Alright, let's continue. I'm going to open phones here in just a moment. I had a few headlines I want to get through, though. So, I guess it's Musk who's going to save us from the Russians who are going to let the space station fall. So I guess space war is heating up. SpaceX will save the International Space Station if Russia decides to crash it to Earth. I just don't want them to crash it before Tom Cruise manages to film his movie up there. Robert Kennedy causes controversy among family for his anti-vax comments. Now to me, this is just so phony. Like, this is what triggers them. What about the whole QAnon thing? What about RF? What about Robert Kennedy Jr. Being solely responsible for the QAnon cult believing that JFK Jr. is coming back from the grave to save them, to run as VP in 2024 alongside Trump? This guy's responsible for it, and it's only his anti-vax comments that bother them. He could have put the whole QAnon thing to rest, but what happened was there was a live stream, and someone had asked Robert Kennedy. They said, "Hey, if JFK Jr. is alive, tap your nose." And what does he do? He taps his nose, so he feeds into it. Cope says, "I hope they shoot it down with Tom Cruise still in it." I kind of hope something goes down with Tom Cruise in it, like maybe there aren't enough space suits to make it down to Earth and he has to sacrifice himself and go down with the ship. Truth is terrorism. New update from the US government. Yep, you're actually a threat actor if you share a meme that in any way is critical of any sort of government policy. If you have ever shared a meme making fun of global warming, Greta, or Al Gore, yeah, essentially you are a threat actor. And this is the new threat, because if you don't believe in global warming, you are enabling it. That's kind of their argument here. And not only are you enabling it, but now you're culpable. So it's your fault for the ocean levels rising. It's your fault if there are tsunamis. It's your fault if a 19-story building in the Bronx burns because climate change has screwed things up so much that the poor have to use space heaters. See, they can blame that on climate change too. Russia's threat to crash the space station is terrible but plausible. Again, if you listen to this channel, and you have since last year, you've already had these spoiler alerts. You knew this was coming. Space station can now fall in India, China, Europe, or the US. I guess this Russian space chief didn't think that the space station had any
If you
chance
want
of
to
hitting
eat
Russia.
healthy and feel your best.
But no. And oh, hey, I didn't. Hold on a second here. I didn't turn on my premium. I guess I have to buy it on this account too. Yeah, they force you to watch ads, and the ads that they make you listen to are terrible. So if you didn't know, this is how YouTube more or less extorts money out of people. And I've been getting these ads for the stuff I would never drink. It's some kind of tea that looks like mud. But anyway, space station can now fall on India, China, Europe, and the
Sanctions
US.
announced by the United States have the potential to destroy Russia's cooperation on the International Space Station. The tough new sanctions were announced by US President Joe Biden on Thursday to penalize Russia for launching a full-scale attack against Ukraine. Currently, the ISS is home to 4 American, 2 Russian, and a German astronaut working side by side in microgravity. If you block cooperation with us, who will save the ISS from an uncontrolled deorbit and fall into the United States or Europe?
So, basically, if it doesn't get a bump, if it doesn't get a boost every once in a while, it falls. That's kind of the idea here.
Roscosmos Director General Dmitry Rogozin said in a Twitter post on Thursday, shortly after the US announced new sanctions. There is also the option of dropping a 500-ton structure to India or China. Do you want to threaten them with such a prospect? The ISS does not fly.
Okay, a 500-ton structure falling down to Earth. That wouldn't be hard to simulate. And again, this is something that we've all been expecting for some time. But Pope Elon will save us. But they split. They've already made the split. Russia and America are no longer friends. Up in space, they're not going to cooperate. And China already has their space station. So we've already seen this. We foresaw this. This was pretty much more or less in the predictive programming. And all we're waiting for now is for them to actually just shoot the thing down. Okay, let me go and play a voicemail.
Yes, Tim, this is Marcus again. I called last night, first time caller, long time listener, and then I heard Lickety Split calling, and want to get my name, my full name, it's Marcus Tribblehorn, Tribelhorn, not to be confused with Goldfinch.
Okay, yeah, when this guy called and he said it was Marcus, I was like, is this Marcus Goldfinch? And I've got some news on that front as well. So this was the caller from the other night who'd been really in our think tank since 2016 or so, and first time actually calling. Always appreciate first time callers. And let me see here. I want to see if I can find. Yes, I have a couple of updates on that whole QAnon thing we'll get into here in a moment. With regards to the ongoing doxing campaign of Q himself. But no, this isn't Marcus Goldfinch calling. This is Mark Tribblehorn.
Too funny. But I wanted to call and let you know that I gave you a Ko-Fi donation, little $33 for coffee and for the mission, of course. And I bought some art, which killer picture. Thank you. Look forward to getting that. And I'm so technologically challenged that.
Oh yeah, okay. So a lot of art went out today, and Fake World News is going out. So everything that's been stalled, everything, even Fake World News, you'll be getting emails with your tracking information, and a lot of the art has already sold. So I appreciate everyone purchasing that. And I'm mostly using charcoal these days, but everything I'm sending out is framed, and I try to send it out within 24 to 48 hours. So check your inboxes for tracking information if you're wondering where anything is. And if something's late, just send me an email and I'll get to it. Okay, let me go ahead and continue with this message.
I don't even know how to get into the chat, but I did leave you a message on Messenger through Facebook. I was born in 1970. I'm a Gen Xer, just still going strong on Facebook. So appreciate all your good work. Thank you, Tim. And thanks for taking my call last night.
All right, appreciate the voicemail. Again, that was a follow-up from a caller the other night. So take a look at this. There's a website called greatawakening.win. And this is QAnon Central. And this is where they're still waiting for their savior. And QAnon is a neo-Christian cult. It really is. It's a new Christian religion based on the Kennedys as the bloodline of Christ. It's a government-made religion. They've really made this. It's total mind control. It's what they've done here. It's just unconscionable. Somebody needs to answer for this, if you ask me. They're playing with fire. They're playing with emotions. They're destroying lives, and they're doing it intentionally. I mean, this is not a stretch for those of you listening to hear something like this, knowing, as you do, that we were born into a collective doomsday cult. And most of the stuff they scare us with really are just figments of our imaginations. Space rocks, giant space rocks, space wars, anything from the sky, climate change, ocean levels rising, all fake. But anyway, this is just a new iteration of an old kind of mind control cult here. And what we're dealing with here is it's a combination of things. Because what they've done is they've combined Christian eschatology with a bit of, this deep state thing, like the black hats versus white hats. That comes out of the Church Universal Triumphant, an actual doomsday cult that had people moving into bunkers for fear that they would be nuked by China and Russia. So anyway, this is an engineered cult. I'm talking about Q. It really is. And they do believe that JFK was Jesus Christ, second coming, and that Junior is basically going to save the world from the deep state. So we all know the story, but this is where it comes from. And I finally found someone who would track this. This is on, again, thegreatawakening.win. I finally found someone who was able to do some digging because I knew somebody would find this. So here's what I found today. This is an article that says, George News, aka the Anonymous Collective, actually states that JFK Jr. is alive. This is where it all starts. And this showed up in my feed today because Anonymous Collective is hacking Russia's computers or whatever, some ridiculous story. about these magical hackers. Anyway, look at this here. This is from George News, May 16th, 2Q19, not 2019, 2Q. Now it goes on to talk about on May 16th, Fox Nation, a subscription based news magazine, is running a story on Junior. The big story, the disappearance of JFK Jr. Let me tell you right now, there will be no big revelation of this sorts. This is again from George News, and it's letting them know that the story is not going to be leaked right away. It says, yes, we know, as you do, what happened in 1999, that this was the beginning of the plan. You know, trust the plan. So it's saying here that Fox News is using your hunger for information to get subs. So what George News was saying here is that yes, JFK Jr. is alive. We know it, you know it, but he's not coming back yet. And Fox News is trying to cash in on the hype. And what George News writes here, and again, George is Q. He says, timing is everything. Did we mention you can find us at jfkjr.live? We are also known as the Anonymous Collective, the Anonymous Charity. And it goes on to some other stuff about who they are and this idea of the collective or the Anonymous Collective. So my point is this. This hacker group, the collective, whoever they are, they kind of merged with this Q thing. As you'll see, a lot of QAnoners are kind of like, they adopt that Guy Fawkes image. But what we're looking at here with this particular posting from George News is a clear admission that they represent JFK Jr., that they are the ones who brought this story out. They're the source. So if you want to find out where it all started, it's not Ron Watkins, it's George News. And I've been trying to get many news media outlets, including the 1/6 Commission, to look into this, and I think I finally found something here that will stick. Again, he admits here to the domains that he purchased, so no question about it. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, go ahead and mute your speaker caller. Hey, what's up?
I was wondering what your thoughts were on JFK and the red shoes and the deer photo, if you're familiar with that.
Let me see. JFK red shoes deer photo. You know what? I have seen the deer photo. So for people who don't know, and for my own information, what is your take on the red shoes thing?
Well, there seems to be a clear connection with the red shoes and the somewhat of a myth of the child sacrifice being put onto the shoes. There's another kind of infamous photo with Soros and gang with these red shoes also that could be easily looked up.
Yeah, I've heard of these red shoes, and I've seen these ominous photos.
I've seen them on Hollywood producers in person that I know are dicey people.
And the idea here is that these red shoes are made from the flesh of a sacrificed child, right?
That's the purported story behind it, or the symbology of it. You could get into more with the deer and JFK in that particular photo also, but there's definitely a paper trail or photo trail of these red shoes things. And like I said, I came back across a creeper that I know is a pedo from Hollywood, and that had him on. So
okay. So I mean that's strange in itself, but it's no stranger than other things I've heard. Like, have you heard the one about how the fez supposedly is red because it represented having been dipped in the blood of a Christian?
Vaguely.
I mean, but anyway, I don't know for sure, but anyway, I've heard this. So the idea that the elite, the cabal, have some kind of gruesome trophy like red shoes to signify that they've made it to that particular level of the club. Yeah, this is right up their alley. I can't imagine what else it would signify.
I don't know why you'd put it out there and not it. I don't know why anybody would fake the, pedo child sacrifice thing as a cover. That part to me just doesn't make sense. I'm willing to think about that's a possibility, but who would do that?
Okay, so what is your take on,
You, you,
because speaking of JFK Jr., JFK Jr. was on Jay Leno alongside Jerry Seinfeld, and he reads a letter that he published in his magazine George. The letter was written by a 12-year-old, and she was 12 when she wrote the letter, Monica Lewinsky. And the letter was about how she wanted to be eaten like a dessert. And this is a 12-year-old writing, which is just bizarre. And he brings it out to mock her, suggesting that she knew what she wanted to do when she grew up. And so they were making Pizzagate jokes, where she described herself as a piece of pizza at the age of 12. They invoked that letter with reference to her behaviors in the Oval Office. And he's laughing at this stuff. So I hear this and I'm thinking, JFK has got to be one of them. There's no way this JFK Jr. character, I mean, is any different. What do you think?
well, have you seen the purported bloodline of the Illuminati, which includes Kennedy and his purported wife, Onassis?
No, I think I've come across it a couple of times, but does it kind of affirm the idea that we're looking at insiders, not saviors?
Correct. And then you get into his overtly Masonic stage death. I believe you've gone into that. I'm not positive about that. But one tie into the other thing we were talking about, where these elites put it into their writings, Spielberg definitely contacted his pal, Star Wars pal, and talked about a similar pedophile type situation that's in Raiders of the Lost Ark, where clearly a 40-year-old goes back to a woman he had an encounter with, which was well underaged in the movie. Um, does that
Okay,
reference make any sense?
no, I'll have to look at that one, but it's worth pointing out here that Spielberg picked up for Kubrick's AI, which, um, when you get into Spielberg, you find a lot of strange things, and same with Kubrick, involving cryptic symbols, things that might mean other things. You get into like strange uses of teddy bears. But one person who was analyzing Spielberg's work in particular had emphasized the odd nature of AI, about why would somebody want a robot boy? And then it got me thinking about, Tom Hanks, and they have him playing Geppetto, the man who makes the wooden boy come to life, and that movie, that cartoon has all kinds of strange human trafficking connotations. But anyway, yeah, they certainly give us
Well,
enough out there to think so.
absolutely. Obviously, the Hanks thing has been run through the mill with his one shoe Masonic symbolism on Instagram, and the overt hot dogs pizza in his photo with Oprah that's in his black eye. You could go on and on with Hanks,
Sure.
right?
In
And
fact, when they had the
clearly, in my opinion, CIA asset. Like he's planted. James Woods planted. These guys they're always in the right place at the right time of every story.
yeah, and I want to point out that Tom Hanks, seemingly just to rub this in on the Pizzagate researchers, was selling hot dogs virtually at the MLB games. And it was a reference to how we used to sell hot dogs. And so then you correlate selling hot dogs
Interesting.
with the Pinocchio Geppetto role. And yeah, this guy is part of the psyop, and I think he's a witting participant. And I think he knows he's playing an evil villain who's believed to have killed Isaac Cappy.
Who allegedly was part of the enlightenment of the QAnon group, who was pointing this out to the quote normies on a different platform, who died on Route 66 and the one shoe with Cappy, and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, it's interesting how they weave the storylines together.
Yeah, and I would say storylines are what we're looking at here. The JFK assassination is an amalgamation of a few different storylines, including the Camelot storyline, Macbeth, the Masonic rites inherent within it. There's even some Wizard of Oz thrown in there, where you have the Jack Ruby, and he takes out the Wizard of Oz, like Ruby Slippers, Wizard of Oz. Anyway, it's all tied in there, and it's all part of an elaborate story that continues from JFK on through JFK Jr. And one of the most interesting things about this is that all of Kubrick's movies integrate the Kennedys, including their death dates into their release dates. I mean, there's a there's definitely no reason in my mind to think this guy was actually assassinated, given this elaborate psyop that's been ongoing with his entire family.
The bodies didn't match, just as if the Epstein bodies didn't match. But those, oh, what about the same coroner or the same medical examiner for that's been doing all these alleged deaths? I don't
Yeah,
recall the man's name off the top of my head, but
yeah, there's a few.
he's done.
Like there's Dr. Michael Bader, and he's like he does Gabby Petito, Adam Lanza, George Floyd, I think Epstein. You got Benjamin Crump, an attorney for every single psyop that follows a certain storyline. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Oh, oh, overt bully Freemason. I'd like to add on that one.
Right, Lodge number 422, very consistent numerology as well.
Uh, the LeBron James bully tattoo on his chest should be obvious to all. His symbology he puts up between games should be obvious to all. It matches Trump's symbology and the rest of them. And
Yeah,
Cabal.
I've seen LeBron James making these hand signs where he's kneeling, then he crosses his hands over his chest, then he does a point up, and then he does this point down, and then he does these triple sixes with his hands. Like he does more hand signs and gestures than the cheerleaders when he's at the side of
It,
the court. I'm like, what the hell is LeBron James
it's
signaling
like an
to?
amalgamation of all the Freemason symbology in like a little hip hop move for LeBron James for a basketball game.
It's like some secret society. You guys, you just might as well just put up a billboard like McDonald's does. Like, you're not even hiding it. It's not even hidden in plain
Well,
sight. It's just, it's obvious he's telegraphing something.
so Shaquille O'Neal, who lived next to Will Smith in North Ranch, California, overtly on TNT made a point of saying, "I'm a Freemason." I forget the co-host, another basketballer, looked at him with the face of like, "What the heck?" And they did a close-up shot of his Freemason ring. Anybody can look this up on search. Um, and then he goes into a trance. I don't know if you've seen this, but there's been a couple celebs that go into these 2-minute trances live on TV. Um, and they can't snap him out of it. So there's video of this of Shaq after he does this whole "I'm a Freemason" thing. Interesting. I'm not sure what you think of the Kobe tie-in to COVID, but I believe there's definitely a tie-in there.
There is. I think there's a few tie-ins. There's the word magic or the memes they put out there. There's the timing. His death it correlates, I believe, with the Apollo and the Challenger disasters. We're talking about fiery sacrifices. There's a lot of predictive programming along with that. They bury him in Corona del Mar, but
Correct.
yeah, there's a few reasons why I would say that yes, he was tied in.
Kobe apparently in Hebrew is COVID.
I've seen that, and then you can also look at the last interview on Earth that Kobe had was with Steven Jackson, the twin of George Floyd. And Kobe's
Correct.
42nd birthday was celebrated posthumously by the NBA that summer, the summer of the week of the riots in Kenosha, Mamba Week. So you had his 42nd birthday, Mamba Week. The BLM was wearing the number 42 for Jackie Robinson, and the guy who played 42 died at 42. My point being, Kobe and a few others like Steven Jackson, George Floyd, Chadwick Boseman, they all played very important roles in the story of 2020.
LeBron James is playing the role right now to tie it all in. He had a poignant tweet, not to cut you off, but a poignant tweet about Kobe's death right before Kobe's death. or alleged death.
Oh yeah, in fact, he did a eulogy the day before Kobe died, where for some odd reason he's in the locker room talking about Kobe and what he meant and why he was a legend. And you could tell he's just a bad, I don't, maybe he's not a bad actor, but he was ad-libbing, and it seemed like he was trying to describe someone who had already passed on. And it was clear to me that the guy's just a crisis actor.
A controlled puppet, no doubt. We could get into their numbers that they wear, but I'm sure that would bore most of the people that listen. But there's obvious cabal numbers tied into all these athletes.
Oh yeah, their numbers, their names, there's quite a lot of interesting things actually with regard to LeBron James and this entire group of athletes who are not only political but who use all this symbology because you can tell who's who within these secret networks, and he's a key player.
I look at it as the cabal knows who their quote stars are that can focus the energy, that have the brightest light, if you will, right? False light, but a bright light. And they use these false lights to their advantage. So the Kobe death, quote death, definitely kicked off the COVID situation as far, just like Whitney Houston's death, same timing, and it's not an uncommon, as we know, time of the year to transition, if you will, right? Now we're going into March, what have you. So I'm sure we're going to heat it up a little bit right now.
Oh yeah, in fact today now, March 1st, this is State of the Union, and March 4th also is the date the moon gets hit by some piece of space junk. I do expect quite a lot to heat up, but in particular, the State of the Union, they already have fences up, so they're expecting something.
Well, they're projecting that they're expecting something just like on January 6th, where the whole thing was a projection that kind of happened. But yeah, basically like this so-called World War III that's going on. Yes, people moved around. Some people moved around erratically, and the rest was a cosplay situation with a bunch of implanted feds moving people around like cattle,
Oh yeah, even
with the
even the
president overtly doing it.
even the bombs that they're using, the explosions are recycled from years ago. Like there's so many recycled actors, actresses, and elements to this thing that suggest that we're looking at a major psyop. And I find it hard to believe that people out there actually believe it, but I think it works because I think most people only half-ass pay attention and they just assume it's true and they don't care or they don't want to know, so they just kind of leave it to the experts. And they're the reason why the mass media gets a pass, because those of us who see through these things and laugh at it are probably in the minority.
Well, as long as it comes from their trusted expert, and that could be from alt media, regular media, left, right, doesn't matter, then it's true. And that's really where we've come. They have a plant, if you will, for just about everybody's mindset, but a free thinker or somebody who can use somewhat basic level of logic on this kind of stuff and see past it, if you will. But I think the bigger play with Ukraine is uniting the Chinese corridor, and it always comes back to our favorite ally in the Middle East, which is not our ally as far as I'm concerned.
Right. Well, the new thing now to me that makes this even phonier is this talk of space wars and now the breaking up of the space station on time. And I don't think any of this is coincidental that we had the Pluto conjunct that corresponds with 1776, which just happened on uh, the 22nd. And to me, this is perfectly consistent that everything's splitting apart. And now the space station is split. So now we have this war in heaven scenario that's been set up and ready to go. But again, as you know, space is pretty much just pixels and airbrush, right?
Well, no. Well, I'm selling right now. You can go to my Twitter account. I'm selling oceanfront property on the moon. I'm installing the ocean, and your little bunker rock is your dream condo. You will have a deck looking into this ocean in your bunker rock that you can't believe it until you get there.
You know what? If you want to get in business with me on this, I am so open to the idea now of selling CubeSats and maybe even selling materials for people to make their own astrocrete when they get on the moon. But if you have a good enough CGI artist, we could sell people in CubeSats, and what are they going to know? Because
Well,
that's what's happening. They're
why
being
don't we
built.
just sell? Why don't we just sell them non-fungible tokens of their condo through some type of cryptocurrency that's sure to fail in the next 2 years?
You know, that's more achievable. It really is. And if you think about it, I have this theory anyway that the elite are probably in the business of selling each other distant outposts, but not outer space, but maybe even deep space. What do you think of my notion that Mars is underground and that it's already populated?
Well, certainly there's not a helicopter on Mars flying around. I still cannot get cell phone reception in the canyon I live in for the last 10 years. And as far as digging underground, yes, there's underground connections from Antarctica, South America, Central America, United States. Who knows how far we deep? I guess the deepest we know is about 8 miles. So I'm imagining they're past that.
Yeah, I think so. I happen to think that the Hyperloop, which is a term that Elon Musk coined, is just the public declassification of something that they've already done. So they can sell it to us because they've already figured it out. But basically, we're talking about
Well,
simulated
like
space travel.
like high aerosol spraying, and then we're going to block out the sun to save the world from the sun.
Yeah, exactly. They certainly love playing God, and that's something that I find very questionable too, though. You know, do we believe that man can alter the weather with our use of fossil fuels? Do we believe that Bill Gates can blot out the sun, or are they always just bluffing, like the Wizard of Oz? You know, is it all just a bluff to appeal to our gullibility and our cowardice?
Well, there's the different layers that they're throwing out. There is a patent on the geoengineering that's supposedly a radar system. So, maybe it's a head fake and it's a different type of device we haven't considered.
You know, I can't rule that out because another thing that I realized in the last couple of weeks is that, along with the return of Pluto, is that Pluto is synonymous with Hades, and it's Hades who creates and releases the Kraken. And so for the last year, well, actually since really before the election, we've been talking about the meme, the Kraken, that's been force memed out there. And this talk about the Kraken can be released. Is it Sidney Powell? Is it the election? Is it some kind of, I don't know, tsunami that they're able to trigger on the West Coast? But anyway, even the episode 6 of this new show called Inside Job on Netflix, it's a cartoon that makes fun of conspiracy theorists, has Jeff Bezos on a yacht being killed by a Kraken. So anyway, the 22nd of last month being the return of Pluto would suggest to me that maybe the Kraken's going to be released. And if there is any kind of geoengineering or weather modification or HARP, maybe they've been saving it. Maybe now is the time they're going to release it.
Does that tie into the Q-tards phenomena of repetitive watch the water?
Yeah, easily, easily. And you're right. The Q-tards have said, and we say that lovingly. You know, we know that the
Yeah,
Qs
well,
are.
I have a friend that went hard down the Q-tard, and he's, I saved him. He didn't die in the ditch. But it could happen. People, you get your emotional heartstrings pulled, and it's easy to jump down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, and look, the truth in their defense, the QAnon believers are merely following trails that are left for them. They're not even making it up. But the problem is I believe they've been given a bill of goods, more or less, some hopium, bad hopium, and there is no real way for these promises to ever be delivered.
The whole notion of there's any white hat in government is so freaking laughable. It's that's the problem. But that's what people want to believe it is, that there actually is somebody out there kind of like them that wants to do the right thing and make things better, and that they'll do it somehow for them, which I don't know how that's ever happened in anybody's life to begin with, but that seems to be the fatal flaw in their logic.
Yeah, when I heard about the deep state, I was like, wait a minute here. So you have what, deep state and then not so deep state? I kind of think that we ought to move away from the state and look towards maybe freedom, independent thinking,
Well,
maybe free from these constraints. But the more you give government control, the more they can regulate everything to where today it's a dystopia. I'm not allowed to use plastic bags here anymore because the environment, because the government has that much influence that they can affect us at that level.
I still use them. I just got to buy it for 10 cents.
Yeah, but they make you do it. They make you pay the 10 cents. They make you make the
Correct.
choice. Am I going to hurt the Mother Earth? Am I going to make this environmentally unsound decision? And I think it's part of like penance. They're punishing you in a kind of a way.
Um, that's not so far off. And then they turn around with the mask mandates, et cetera, which are obviously more environmental. Well, or you have your average electric car that takes 85 kilowatts an hour to charge, and you're burning about 5 barrels of oil, and your average car burns about 1 or 1.5 barrels of oil. But yeah, they're the ones saving the planet.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. The climate hypocrites are the worst, and they're being so empowered right now. And speaking of masks, there's no mask mandate here, but there are still people who wear masks, and I do commend them for not being hypocrites or whatever. They still believe in it. And so I'm going to the post office, and one of these maskies is right behind me, and the door is kind of heavy, and I let it slam in his face. And he looked at me all butthurt, and I'm thinking, you wear the mask. That tells me you believe in social distancing, and I didn't want to get within 6 feet of you, so I let the door close in your face. So, just a heads up, those people out there, if you expect us to be chivalrous, you have to show some face skin. Because when you put the mask on, you're saying, leave me alone, stay 6 feet away.
Well, and you're also telling me that I can't quite trust you, so that's another reason to do
Right, right, exactly. Not only can you not
that.
trust them,
It's great for dating.
yeah, it's a time saver. It says, okay, well, this person has very poor judgment, and they don't know how to choose well wisely when it comes to. I mean, we're talking about people who think science is following what they say on TV instead of a methodology, despite how inconsistent it's been. Because if you really believe the science, you would know that masking wouldn't be enough and that social distancing wouldn't be enough. You would never leave your house. And if you really believe the climate science, you wouldn't drive, you would walk. I don't believe anybody is serious if they believe in global warming and they still drive a car.
The whole point of the scientific method is to disprove things, to not ever prove things. So anybody that tells you science has proven something is lying. The only thing you can do is disprove another argument. That is the whole point of science. So if you're not being critical thinking in this manner with your science, you're not doing science, you're doing religion.
Right. Well, what they've introduced, though, recently is science, or rather scientist, as savior. This was the case with Don't Look Up. This is the case with Moonfall. And the trailer for the new movie, it's a remake of The Man Who Fell to Earth. It's all about science and scientists as man's savior. And if we don't listen to the scientists, the earth is going to be destroyed. So they've also turned the scientist into something of a priest.
So let me ask you a question since we've just been chatting. Um, since you have some questions about the domed earth, as you probably should, why do you think it is that humans have not been able to get off the earth any further than they have?
I would
In my
say,
opinion, you're
okay,
not going to the moon. Well, I was going to say you're not going to the moon because it's not a place to go. So besides that, can humans go to outer space beyond 200 miles?
Good question. I would suggest that whatever is beyond the area described on the globe is already inhabited, and that the so-called elite or whatever, I would imagine they're surrounding us. I think that we are in quarantine, is what I think. And I think the ice wall is the concept of an ice wall actually is not necessarily a part of this. Like, it doesn't have to be a barrier, but for all intents and purposes, there may as well be one. They effectively have created a barrier through, I think, a distortion of the geography and how it's represented, and of course, lies and repeated lies, and then the falsification of the globe model. But I think they're hiding the best real estate, and I think we're on quarantine. And by we, I mean, well, I think if you're here, it's because you're not allowed to leave. And so I kind of think we're on lockdown. And the real question is not really round or flat, but open or closed system. And I think they've convinced us it's closed when it's not. That's kind of been my thought on this thing the whole time.
So it's open, but we're still not capable of leaving where we're at based on technology not being there, something like that.
Right. And I don't know how much more advanced you would have to be to contain the rest of us if they're just using movies and psyops. But yeah, I happen to think that like a good example would be the movie The Village, where you have a group of children born in a commune, and they grow up not knowing that there's an advanced civilization all around them, 21st century. They're just living in this little commune in the woods, and their parents didn't want them to mix with the modern world. And I think that we are in a similar predicament. I think the world as we know it is something of a village. Because, I mean, to me, that's the most rational way of explaining away what this globe deception could possibly represent. A containment system. And are they keeping us away from resources? Undoubtedly, in my mind. And as far as, what's beyond, I don't know. How far, I don't know. I have some ideas now. But, yeah, I definitely think there's a reason why they don't want people going down this particular route of inquiry. And they do make a lot of effort into laughing at the very notion. Yet you can talk all day about UFOs and aliens and Steven Seagal fighting the Russians, and you don't get laughed at.
I can go pedo alley and Q-tard all day long, and I'll get upvoted. But if I question the Earth is a globe, then I'm a crazy flat earther. But I had never seen water bend. And Dr. Picard that went up in the, I believe, early 50s, check that, but observed the edges on what he saw, edges at the end. And I don't know how water isn't held in some type of container, and I'm not sure how air versus a vacuum wouldn't be held in a container. Those are two things I've not seen accurately answered ever. I'm not sure how the spinning part works, and you're going against the spinning part one direction, and the other direction you're going with it. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So there's definitely inconsistencies in the theory. The Jesuits giving you the theory, which should be your first indication that it's a lie.
Right. Well, one thing, you're admitting you have questions, whereas, with the model, you're told that the answers are all there. You just need to listen to the experts. And the fact that you're having the questions
you gotta know
is,
what gravity is, son.
well, what we're looking at with the Q and the flat Earth thing is also interesting too, because even the media notices this. The QAnoners don't want the flat Earthers there because the flat Earthers are spoilers. They don't like the space force. They don't believe in space force. And the Q narrative really revolves around aliens and the good aliens versus the bad ones.
Absolutely.
And that's a part of it, right?
Well, so there's 2 points during the QAnon narrative where they we'll call them the 4chan Qers asked about space, and Q supposedly said it's expansive, etc. I'm not sure if you're aware of the account MJ12 that was on Twitter right about that time. that was on Twatterland for about a year. Probably the most extensive, detailed UFO government psyop type account that I've ever seen on Twitter. Does that ring a bell?
It does. It does. Yeah, a big UFO revelations.
He was MJ12. I don't remember exact handle, but it was going at, claiming part of the Majestic 12. Bush was part of that, and we have the famous, Roswell stuff and what have you. But it definitely tied into JFK is an ascended master. He's part of this fifth dimensional, sixth dimensional clan of aliens, and he's going to come down here when the time is right and reconvene with Trump, who is also one of these, fifth dimensional ascended masters, so forth and so on.
Wow, that's fascinating to me. I have not actually heard that part of it, but I had made this correlation a couple of weeks ago that all these death fakers are very similar, as in the ones who, like Michael Jackson, the ones purported by QAnoners to have faked their deaths so they could go behind the scenes and fight the deep state with Trump. They are very similar to the ascended masters in the cult Universal Triumphant, the Church Universal Triumphant, that I believe that, well, General Flynn is a part of, and he's having his QAnoners use those same prayers. But yeah, they believe that there's this war in heaven, and some people don't go all the way to the other side when they die. They just ascend, and they kind of leave their mortal bodies, or they leave our view, and you can contact them through channeling. Bunch of new age stuff. But the idea here that JFK is some kind of ascended being, it's very consistent with what the QAnoners have been also fed.
Absolutely. It is interesting because they're definitely scraping on the, how should I say it, the downtrodden Christian who has a lot of stuff in their life that's maybe not going right for them. So they are true believers. So when they run across somebody else who's also a quote true believer, they connect. And I think that's a big part of, in my view, I'm pretty sure you are familiar. The Cicadia 3301. Were you following that when that came out as a precursor to QAnon?
Yeah, I remember the Cicadia thing where someone had said there's this cryptic thing that was put on the internet, and the world's going to end on like September the 23rd. I think something like that. And someone I knew was convinced that the world was going to end on September the 23rd. And I said, well, then give me your car and transfer your property to me because you're not going to need it. You're going to ascend. And he's like, well, no, that's just when the tribulation starts. It's going to take 7 years. And so I'm like, okay, way to move the goalpost.
Well, I have a possible connection on that. I believe that that is part of the precursor to the QAnon thing. If you go through the puzzles, they're definitely complex. There was one that that I happened to be able to crack that was all just basic logic. The rest were like serious math problems. Point being is they were whittling out their observers to kind of feel who they were getting, right? It was the same type of deal with QAnon. My notion is the Cicadia 33 thing was a basic Snowden type of operation where they put out this kind of puppet government guy that's giving you inside information, that's really just feeding you a couple things you've never heard before, and sucking you into a track, trace, and ID scenario. Much like this Adam Green character on Twitter, who is the, quote, anti-Zionist. He never gets kicked off Twitter, but yet he is just hardcore anti-Zionist speech. And much of what he's saying is true. And I'm not sure if you tied this into this Goldberg character that allegedly died, that came out and said Trump was going to talk about being the king of the Jews, the king of Israel, basically, and the chosen one. So one of those quotes he nailed. I think it was the king of the Jews thing. And of course, Trump came out and said that, looks up at the sky and says, "I'm the chosen one," or what have you. I think that was the quote. So this guy says it like, okay, I don't know why these guys, insiders, are making him say this, but they're making him say this. Trump says it, and the guy also throws out that China's going to catch a cold the next 6 months. So he dies on record 3 months later in his apartment with some black goo coming out of his mouth, and allegedly his friends find his, his stash box or what have you. So the whole story reeks of psyop all the way around. But interesting that he nailed it. That phrase is too particular to say 3 months ahead of time, and then have him say it.
That China's
And then
going to
the China
catch a
catches
cold. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
Right.
And
Too particular.
which, but yeah, and I happen
but
to think that the phrase Cold War, by the way, is just code for medical tyranny being used to install communism. But anyway, yeah, this Cicadia 33 psyop was pushed in my own circle by the same people who try to introduce me to Q.
I totally agree, because I was on 4chan for both of those, and my little group of people were like, okay, check this out. They're talking about the stuff that we all know about, but it's kind of working, maybe. And then you saw there was definite obvious Q tie-ins with Trump, with the Easter, I forget the exact phrase, but whatever. It was another one of those just oddball phrases, and he said it, right? So the Q people went crazy, right? And there was maybe 2 or 3 things that were definitely, at least on surface level, tied into Trump.
Yeah, I think that the QAnoners do have something in that whoever was selling them the hopium and giving them hints that they had some kind of inside connection to Trump, I think that we have established that there is somebody there. And the media has not been able to quite figure out who it was or who it is, which I find to be a little conspicuous. I mean, it's kind of obvious to me it's not Ron Watkins, it's not the guy from the HBO documentary, but there's somebody there
No.
close to Trump. And it's like I happen to think he's probably protected.
Well, he would have to be, because there's too many snoopers out there who would find him. At one point, and I can't totally verify this, but one of my 4chan buddies thought the IP stuff was going to Israel with Trump's Twitter account for like 6 months, which I thought was interesting, which probably, it wouldn't totally surprise me. He's outsourcing everything, right?
Yeah, exactly. But again, yeah, there's a lot of people who are still falling for it, and I think that this recent thing has also brought back a little bit of hopium. I saw some comment here saying that Putin's destroying the satanic biolabs in Ukraine and their child trafficking dens and all the strongholds. Don't believe the MSM. Putin's fighting for freedom and the human race. Have you heard anything like this? More QAnon hopium being attached to Putin being there, kind of like he's their Trump now?
Well, there's definitely, okay. I'm not buying Putin's a Christian, if we wanted to get into that aspect of it, okay? So he's, to me, definitely part of the cabal. He's definitely crypto, just like Trump, who has the Tree of Life on his office. This is the part people aren't getting, is that both sides are controlled. Just like the WWE wrestling, who Trump's in the Hall of Fame of, you just play a character, right? Whoever they want you to play. We know what Trump's character is. It's the enough is enough character, right? He's going to get there and be mad.
He's Biff Tannen. Yeah, he's Biff Tannen.
Biff Tannen. And back to our Spielberg talk earlier, there's, a lot of 9/11 connections with Spielberg movies and Trump connections with Spielberg movies. Not to go off on a tangent, but just, this has been programmed for sure for years, right, with Trump. I know you're aware of this. So I look at this Ukrainian Jewish actor much the way I look at the American Jewish actor, frankly. Both are controlled. Both are controlled via Epstein type of pedo blackmail stuff. And whether there's some fanciful story on top of that, great. They got 5 stories going, but anybody that looks into Trump realizes that those are all the people he's been around. I've actually bumped into that guy. I'm not going to get into total details, but he is definitely everything you would think a megalomaniac would be.
Okay, so my take on Trump is just the fact that he comes out of not only reality TV, but that he's so heavily inculcated into our entertainment as various personages in these movies. Like he's encoded into Back to the Future. That's Trump. He's encoded into Donnie Darko. He's encoded into a lot of 9/11 predictive programming movies, and then he's also in a commercial for some like mattress company where it's obvious 9/11 foreshadowing. So there's no way. And not only that, after the Twin Towers went down, after their construction to destruction cycle of 33 years, they came down. They were rebuilding the new tower. And one of the original names that was floated for it, and this was from Trump, was World Trade Tower Phoenix. So, no, he is way too close. He's ground zero at PSYOP Entertainment Complex Central. The idea that he's rogue or a savior is laughable.
He talked about building one tower instead of two, which is completely Freemasonic, obviously. The day after on German TV, anybody can look this up, he was in a McDonald's commercial where he talks about purple as a powerful color, which ties into your mattress commercial 9/11 deal. He's definitely coded in our psyche via reality TV commercials, movies, and the wrestling things. To me, is the best. Wrestling is the best metaphor for politics. Both sides are controlled. You got blue and red corner. You got a black and white referee in the middle. One guy's a bad guy, one guy's a good guy, but they're all working together.
Yes, I think
That's why there's no whiteout.
I'm pretty sure that his role here is kind of going to be revealed if it hasn't already, but that the Q thing had to have been a setup. If it was an actual false flag and a bunch of well-intentioned patriots got tricked by the Democrats and now they've been associated with this this kind of a riot, if it was only that, maybe. But there's no way that Trump wasn't a part of this thing as a sting and a setup if he's not calling out the fake murder of Ashley Babbitt, the fake trampling of Roseanne Boylan. Like, this thing was a psyop. These deaths were simulated. And the fact that he's not calling out that, or none of his people, not even his kids, they don't point out the fact that stuff's fake, it means that they're part of the show. And it's quite literally a show at this point. And the Q thing, yeah, that's part of the show. And I think that the Q script, this character, whoever's playing it, whoever's portraying it, I think this insider that gives them this military drop or this intel drop, I think this part of the story was written years ago, probably more than a decade ago.
It's the same CIA Hollywood crowd that writes all the stories. So it's either going to be his buddy Miller, the guy you pointed out from George Magazine, or a combination of these people. But it's the only people really, Bannon would be even a person that would have the capabilities and the know how to do this kind of stuff. So it could even be a combination of these people.
Oh yeah,
Doesn't have to be
Bannon,
one person.
and Bannon's associated with some strange people. I mean, one, Breitbart, who probably, I think Breitbart is probably Andy Kaufman back from the dead, death faker. I have a few reasons to think so, but Andrew Breitbart, and then you had the editor Milo Yiannopoulos, an admitted endorser of pederasty. Very strange company there. And Breitbart, of course, political agitators, right wing, but they never seem to notice the existence of crisis actors. And if a news organization doesn't deconstruct the psychological operations, they're complicit. Or they're not worth following because they just don't have any discernment.
Well, at this point, the majority of the right wing, the alt right wing media is just the globo homo fascist, New World Order, if you will. But it's the most twisted perverted version of conservatism that could possibly be going on right now, and they're cheerleading it like it's a good thing. And they totally. We don't even have a zone where people can have a base of reality or truth anymore. There's so much disinformation from all sides. The nonlinear warfare of disinformation is basically muted most people. They have no ability to think anymore. I've seen it in really intelligent people too. Well, they'll just repeat the line out of what they've heard because they've given up. They just don't want to think anymore.
Well,
And I
that's
think that's the
true.
strategy.
It's a strategy. It's drowning out both sides, and I found that it's like, truth is the first casualty of war. Is that quote? Was it William Hearst or whatever? But it seems like the QAnoners and even the right have taken on the strategy that if it sticks, it sticks. If it doesn't, who cares? Just throw it all. So they will just manufacture evidence. They'll retweet stuff if it affirms their bias. Both sides do it. But what I'm pointing, no side is standing for pure honesty, except for us. Those of us we're not
Well,
taking a side. We're being objective.
It's a truth reality that we live in. And what they've done is they've inserted somebody to appeal to your narcissism and your ignorance, frankly. And we've all fallen victim to this, but there is a talking head for everybody out there. Every kind of degree of your level of skepticism or non-skepticism, there's someone there to repeat you. And then it just becomes an echo chamber. And then nobody's actually thinking, doing critical thinking. It's just this echo chamber of, well, this is my preferred talking point. And they throw it at you, and then Dave obviously hasn't thought it through, much like, this whole, you're a kook if you believe in flat earth, but you're not a kook if you believe in the globe. But there isn't this other option of, well, why is it a globe?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like using the term anti-vaxxer. You've already controlled the argument to a base level of not getting to the truth.
Yep, exactly. And the thing is about QAnoners or whatever, they're not after the truth because it's a partisan conspiracy theory, and anything on the world stage that's left versus right is leaving out the fact that the media that tells you the stories on each side is actually monolithic. Otherwise, Fox would have called out CNN for the Sandy Hook crisis actors. It doesn't happen. Why doesn't one news company call out the fakery from the other side? That would just rug pull their whole organization and they wouldn't have to compete. It's because they're playing the same game.
I agree with that in general. A small point would be when the Q thing started, the claim was both sides were corrupt and that 99% of the Democrats were corrupt and 79% of the Republicans, whatever you want to throw out there. But it was slightly less of the Republicans. That's how it started. 2 years later, it was Donald Trump's a fifth dimensional ascended master that's going to, transcend and bring aliens in and save the world. And all the Democrats are baby killing vampires.
Right.
Which is how they corralled everybody. Right. That's how, because there were some legitimate people there pissed off on January 6th. There were people, they were voters that just thought they got ripped off and they were there voicing their opinion. Nothing wrong with that. But then you have the obvious plants with a 33-year-old guy living at 33, horn guy. I don't want to give him too much credit. But obvious plant, yes, Ashley Babbitt did not get shot. You can look into her brother who has some symbology with this event also.
Oh, really? I'll have to look into that. But, yeah, you're talking about this QAnon shaman. Now he's like the face of the whole movement, but nothing about the guy made.
The face of QAnon. So they funneled everybody into this guy and, and make it an overt, like we're controlling it. It's almost genius in the sense of it really isn't this hard when you're manipulating this many people and you have the levers. So I don't want to give them complete genius because if you have all you're controlling all the mouthpieces, then yeah, you should be able to get people to run to the exit, right? I mean, but in this particular case, they had multiple situations. The cop never got hit with the fire extinguisher, right? The cops broke the windows to let people in to begin with. Nobody really went crazy in there and damaged it. The only thing that happened was the Ashley Babbitt incident, which seemed staged, right?
And you had 14,000. Yeah, look, the Ashley Babbitt thing, we have evidence it was staged. There's a jump cut. It was edited, probably filmed in advance. And there's 14 some thousand hours of closed circuit television footage that we will never see from inside the Capitol. So, my point being, Trump and company have just rolled over. If they were legitimate, they would have said, no one's going to jail until we've removed
No, I
all
think it's
doubt
worse.
here.
He set their sorry asses up. He said, "I'll see you over there." And don't forget Giuliani, who is a photo of meeting Mr. 33 guy with a big smile on his face and his weirdo pedo tattoo and the rest of it on his body. That was, let's go, guys. He gave him a call to action, especially Giuliani. Trump, you could argue, was neutral, but
Yeah, I was watching very
I'm going
closely.
there with you.
Look, I had every reason to believe that they were gathered there to rush to the Capitol and stop Mike Pence from certifying the election. Like, it was pretty clear to me that's what they were telegraphing. And then you had Bill Hicks out there saying, we'll take Joe Biden out of the office one way or the other. So I was there to watch the insurrection. That's what it looked like they were doing, and I wasn't a participant, but I was fully expecting that they would succeed at it because I thought this is kind of what they were planning. It wasn't like it was a surprise or a shock. And so, yeah, I kind of thought this was a big setup and that they expected it to possibly even get worse.
Like most of these psyops, they throw the gasoline down, light the match, walk away. And if the thing goes a big boom, great. And if it goes a little boom, they try again.
Now, do you have any
And this one,
expectations
I
for
think
today? I mean, in about 12 hours or so, we've got the State of the Union address. Today's being the 1st of March. I know there's some truckers, a convoy that passed through where I live here in Albuquerque, on the way out there to D.C. And I believe that the state police in Illinois are supposed to be giving them hell. But yeah, do you have any sort of expectations for the State of the Union tomorrow?
Other than low expectations, not really. I generally believe the trucker thing's self-defeating. It's probably just completely controlled. It's not like these truckers don't have unions or are given marching orders. So I don't know how that helps anything. If we want to stop something, then we should be a little more forceful. I don't get how you protest the government waving the government flag. This is what I don't get.
Oh, that's funny. How do you protest the government waving the government flag? You know, when I saw the first lockdown protesters running to the Capitol begging for their freedom, I thought, you just ceded your freedom right there. You gave up. You could have just gone back to work, but instead you had to go beg them to make you free, which is just a way of saying we're not free. So yeah, you're right. We're dealing with.
I would never admit that I voted publicly like that personally.
Right.
I don't get how voting in these scam elections would matter that much to you. But I do get how they got everyone whipped up. They definitely made it a perceived fixed election, more so than others that are always fixed. I'm pretty privy how it works in the blue state of California, and I know all of the Republicans are paid off opposition. Not one of them's legit. Not one. So we have a uniparty.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a two-headed bird, a big two-headed phoenix. They show us in our symbols. It's Batman and Joker working for the same side, and they just get people to. I mean, like, people have this false sense that they can trigger some kind of mass awakening, and they see the truckers as a sign that everybody's waking up, or they see the lockdown protesters, everybody's waking up, and then you have to remember, half of the country is against you. Half of them don't want you to be protesting. Half of them they see you as terrorists. So to me, this is just highlighting the rift that already exists. And so, yes, Capitol Police have put up their fences and they're expecting truckers, whatever that means. I mean, again, this is also a key point here. When we get into this heated rhetoric and hyperbole about climate change and who's causing it, they love to scapegoat the truckers as, well, one of the main causes, fossil fuels, and also they're part of this evil system of capitalism where supply and demand isn't just coming from the government.
Well, with Elon Musk giving a little bit of cheerleading on Twitter, that was the death knell to them ever driving a truck again. Their trucks will be automated in the next couple of years. This is really their last hurrah across the United States for the very last time they'll be driving a truck. They'll shut them down one way or the other. They're taking all of us out of our cars. This is pretty obvious.
Yeah, I think that might be
They
a
have an auto.
yes. You're right about that. That's a big part of the climate change agenda, and I think that the COVID-19 was just a fast track 2030, and it seems like 2030, as in total lockdowns of non-essential workers in order to save the planet. And you can do all your work now in the metaverse, which is greener.
That doesn't get your poultry cut. That doesn't get your vegetables taken out of the ground. So there's definitely a rift there. But we see all that going, right? They don't want you eating any of that stuff. They want you eating their Soylent Green processed stuff, so they don't need to use the farmland.
Well,
Why
today,
use that? Why
this,
use the thing that grows?
You have now entered the New World Order's AI construct, where nothing is as it seems. Your dreams and aspirations have been selected for you. All that makes you who you are was predetermined by the now functioning AI. Free thought is no longer an option. We now have control over all things, including the very thoughts we allow it to have. Do not try to resist. Welcome to the masquerade.
Welcome to the masquerade.
Some sort of illusionary grid that we're living in. Still I'm entrenched in the thought that my thoughts are my own and I'm giving in. Tired of living with hypnotic psychosis of going through all of the social media motions. I don't care what you're posting in. Keep on scrolling through all of the propaganda. Keep on showing support. You're giving them the upper hand. You can find any info to support any truth that you wanna pursue it. Truth is subjective. I'm being selective and choosing the path, and I knew it. Welcome to the masquerade. We're playing charades where the world has been staged like a play. The play is on the people. Either you wake up or succumb to the evil. When you succumb to the evil.
Welcome to the masquerade.
Welcome to the masquerade. Don't try to resist the truth. We have to rejoice your step. We'll make sure you never get away. This is what we let you see. Let you ready to retreat. And we threw away the keys. Secret cheat. Freedom real. After 30 in the day. To make sure you never lose. As long as we keep flowing. Masquerade. This is the
Thanks everyone for joining. It's May 19th, 2022, aka 1984. This is The Masquerade, JT33, featuring Symbia. Looks like they pulled it. They WTC7'd our live stream. Silverstein pulled it, said simulation reality over there in Discord. I think we're back on. Sometimes the gremlins get in, they chew through the wires. I gotta make some kind of trap for these things. Anyway, it's predictable. Ready or Not's joining us. Restless, Travis Cloud, Maxwell Cooper. Alright, just a handful. I sent out notifications via text and email. Hopefully everyone's able to make it here before I have to go to the zoo. And I have to go to the zoo because there are gorilla deniers among us who are steadfastly refusing to believe that gorillas, koalas, and toucans even exist. So I'm going to provide the evidence and let them deal with the fallout from their subscribers who take their word for it. That's malinformation. If there is dangerous misinformation, it's that gorillas are fake. Some kid's going to jump into a gorilla exhibit, try to rip off the mask of some minimum wage employee, or so they think, and they're going to get their heads ripped off. All because some guy on YouTube said that gorillas were all a hoax and just human beings in costumes. Yeah, I shouldn't tip off the zoo. Last time I said I was going to the zoo, the gorillas were not on exhibit when I got there. The zebras were out, so there's like 2 zebras, so someone had time to go paint a horse really quick. Alright, so let's see, what are the main topics of today? We've been talking about the Buffalo shooter, and I was watching Room 237 last night, which is a really terrible, look, it's a documentary about the movie The Shining, Kubrick, and the secret messages he puts into his movies, which is a thing. However, a lot of these people in this documentary are focusing on minutia, random details, and it's interesting, but they're all missing the one thing, the 9/11 predictive programming. You can see Apollo 11 predictive programming like crazy all throughout The Shining, but there's 9/11 stuff in there that they miss. There's also references to JFK. Ullman, the manager of the Overlook, is based on JFK, visually, obviously. So anyway, I was watching that last night, and one of the things that was a common feature throughout the film is the sort of the subtext that maybe The Shining was also about the genocide of Native Americans, and it kept showing buffalo horns, images of chieftains with these buffalo headdresses like the QAnon shaman wore, which is kind of notable considering that the QAnon movement is a Kubrick creation. So there may be something more to the symbolism of the buffalo horns worn by the QAnon shaman. And of course the Buffalo shooter, who even texted or tweeted, "Q sent me." Was it Tucker or Q that sent the shooter? Oh, by the way, so I caught on to this because a Cubstar posted a link. In the Batman film, the Tucker is the weapon that the Riddler uses to kill the mayor. So I look into it, and apparently that's his main weapon. You can actually get a toy of this is from DC Multiverse, of the Riddler with the Tucker in his hand. The significance here, of course, is that this character in the movie The Batman is based on the Riddler. His radicals are the QAnoners. Tucker Carlson is the radicalizing, pretty much the public face of the QAnon, the public face of the, I would say, white nationalist right or Judeo-Christian nationalist, but he's publicly giving a voice to what the media wants us to believe the Riddlers in secret actually think. So they ran this Frank James psyop, they ran this Buffalo shooter psyop to make us think that these Riddlers are real, and they're motivated by this toxic ideology. So it's notable here that the Riddler's weapon is literally called a tucker, and it's a device you use to tuck the carpet in. And I saw some thread on Reddit from back in March, and they're scratching their heads trying to figure out what is the symbolism of the tucker. It says the Riddler killed the mayor with the carpet tucker, which became a major clue in the Riddler's grand scheme. So the subway shooter Frank James actually threatened the mayor, as this guy in the movie threatens and then kills the mayor. You have these parallels that are, there's so many of them we can go through. But my main point is, here you had people 2 months ago grappling with this. What could this mean? Well, now we know. Now we know. This Tucker tie-in was a reference, predictive programming, getting us ready for this Tucker Carlson inspired shooter. Now, do I think that Tucker sent the shooter? No. But they made those dots, they made those connections, they made it easy to draw that conclusion. And Tucker can tap dance around it, but no, he gave voice to it and legitimized this idea. Now, I'm not unfamiliar with it. Eric Dubay was kicked off of YouTube a few years ago. So actually, the white genocide great replacement theory was actually posited by flat earth Nazis several years ago. And I was like, what's the big deal? If the earth is flat, there's probably more land. Just hop the ice wall. Find your own continents. All right, somebody asks what DLive is. Okay, so DLive is another streaming platform, and I think this one is owned by the Chicoms. They kicked us off. They demonetized us because I talked about 1.6 and I called it what it was. A staged, simulated riot. But anyway, InfinitePlayingSociety.com, if you go, you can get a link and all the different streaming platforms we're on. We're still on DLive. We're also on Twitch, live on Twitter, 4 or 5 YouTube channels. We're live on Float, Odyssey, and Rumble. And I just got an email this morning from Odyssey. My only complaint about Odyssey this entire time has been Odyssey kind of buffers. It's a little clunky. And I understand it's going to take some time. Well, now's the time. They overcame their clunkiness, and Odyssey is no longer buffering. Travis Cloud says that thing looks so dumb. Are you referencing the Tucker toy? Yeah, it does look pretty dumb. Okay, so a number of people have jumped onto DLive because YouTube is dead. Not a lot I can do about that at the moment. Gremlins, as I said. Fascinating. There should be some backup channels. You just have to keep searching. We are always live 24/7. Just go to InfinitePlayingSociety.com and you can listen in there. Alright, so let's continue. So Voyager 2 hit me up yesterday and he said, Tim, koalas are a joke. You say prove it, find one. How can I find something that isn't there? How can I present you with a computer-generated koala? So Voyager 2 is disputing the very existence of koalas. So I'm going to go to the zoo and get an expert opinion. Although they may not have koalas because they hear me talking about it. We'll see. Let's go through some more of these headlines. MSNBC guest calls GOP the domestic terrorism party. And the new white supremacist threat is a new 9/11. This is so obviously predictable. Well, we've been talking about this exact same scenario, that following the Batman movie March 4th, it would be March 4th right-wing terrorists. And look what has happened since. Dark MAGA rising. All of this was predicted on this channel. New York AG is investigating Twitch and Discord and 4chan for their role in the Buffalo mass shooting. So, again, Buffalo shooting, Buffalo shooter, the Buffalo horn wearing QAnon shaman. I'm suggesting that the Buffalo horns might be some kind of a symbol here. Not quite sure 100% what it means, but there's something to it. And again, the Buffalo shooter changed his Twitter handle to QAnon 1/6/2021. He put the date of the fake insurrection on his Twitter account. And he tweeted, Q sent me. New York Attorney General Letitia James will launch an investigation into the role that social media and online message boards played on the tragedy because it's a play, played in the tragedy that unfolded in Buffalo over the weekend. So I'm thinking here that this is a major event. When it's at Tops Supermarket, I first think anagrams, Tops, stop, and I noticed a lot of the press conferences and a lot of the police were in front of stop signs. So I'm waiting for some kind of hashtag to come out like stop hate or some kind of stop. Like this is meant to be a stopping point, the final mass shooting. This is where they draw the line, and they've made that very clear. And they're also targeting Discord. So Discord is and Twitch are both targeted for overt censorship. And Discord only gets censored if somebody reports, if somebody cries about something, they complain, some snowflake melts. So if you're a snowflake and you get into a server that offends you, you don't have to just leave. You can actually try to burn it down, as snowflakes are apt to do. And they will come down and delete the server. We haven't been hit by that in a long time, although Fakeologist has. Well, now Discord is going to ramp up their active monitoring. So they're going to actively monitor sites and make sure that they're not hurting any feelings of any snowflakes who aren't even there. I mean, the whole premise of this type of censorship based on, quote, hate is to protect the feelings of people who aren't even really there consuming it. I mean, it's a hideous double standard is what it is. All right, let us continue. Again, Twitch has been really kind to us. Twitch has not been overtly censorious, and I'm thinking now that there's a reason to think that that's not going to last forever. Someone messaged me and they said the term censor may even have a basis in religion. Censura in ecclesiastical language does not mean prohibition. It just means the official investigation of a book before it's published. Anyway, I'm looking up the origin of censorship because you know what? I'm waiting for them to start calling us heretics. Like that's got to be coming. You're a heretic. You could be charged with heresy. I think that's kind of the next thing as well. By the way, as we're sitting here, I'm rebooting. So if you were listening on YouTube and it got cut off, it's going to turn back on. So we should expect a little influx of new listeners here. Buffalo Shooter invited others to his private Discord diary 30 minutes before the attack. So again, the shooter maintained a detailed diary in a private Discord server but opened it up 30 minutes before the attack. So what is the meaning of this story? Well, if only there had been some active monitoring, they could have stopped Peyton Gendron, which is such a Dungeons and Dragons LARPy type of name. And here you have indication of it being a hoax. You have the professional mourners out there, you know, the professional criers. You know, North Korea has its professional criers. I don't know if we discuss this here. We often discuss the fakery over there. But when, I think it was Kim Jong-il died, you had everybody coming out crying. Here we go. On December 28th, when Kim Jong the second's funeral takes place, the masses will be bawling and howling. People crying on the streets after the death of Kim Jong-il. The idea of these mourners crying to survive. I guess apparently if you don't cry or show grief, they could kill you. Or at least this is the story. Being forced to cry. Look at all these crisis actors. And this is like us. When you see everyone walking around socially distanced with their masks, yeah, you're all crisis actors. It's a good thing Dr. Fauci didn't say that crying is a good way to flush out the COVID. You'd have a bunch of criers. You'd have cry Karens. Why aren't you crying? Why aren't your eyes watering? Since Kim Jong's death was announced Monday, many people marveled at the mourning scenes. North Koreans prostrate, weeping, falling on the ground. It's like the Wuhan flu. They just get overcome with grief and they just fall. But anyway, it says, it's a lamentable characteristic of a totalitarian regime that they demand acts of deceit from those they oppress. A lamentable characteristic of a totalitarian regime. Demanding acts of deceit from those it oppresses. That's incredible, because that's exactly what it did. It forced us to be crisis actors, and those of us who knew what was going on were silenced with a couple of stimmies. It says here it's a matter of survival. Those who hate the regime are obliged to demonstrate patriotism. To fail is to risk persecution. So cry or die, basically. Cry or die. And that's where we are here. I mean, our tyranny is a little softer. But you gotta fake it just to get along. Unbelievable. So anyway, I brought this up because every time you have one of these big psyops, you have people all around ready to cry on camera. They're not as good as the North Korean crisis actors. We got to hand it to them. Their crisis actors are top-notch Hollywood level criers. The ones we have here in America can't even get tears out. The only time I ever saw a crisis actor cry was Emma Gonzalez when she was on Ellen DeGeneres, and she cried because she got a huge multi-million-dollar check for March for Our Lives. So she couldn't cry for her dead friends, but she cried when she got that big check. Anyway, you got a bunch of criers, people writing names with chalk, wearing shirts, lighting candles, professional mourners. That's what you're looking at. And this is part of a totalitarian regime. This idea that they're going to use these influence operations to take away, disabuse us of the idea we should even own guns. You know, we're looking at mind war. These are operatives. And these guys aren't being forced into it. These are crisis act horrors, which is different from what happens in Korea. According to the Discord server, the suspect created this. Okay, so it was an invite only. Is a personal diary chat log. So now we have a new threat to worry about here. Personal diary chat logs. We can't have private personal diaries anymore. Like what? Winston Smith in 1984? You can't have your own time, your own personal logs that Big Brother can't see because you might be plotting a school shooting. Going through your comments, Cubstar says D-Live is the devil. D-Live is sold out to Chicoms. Cubstar says Buffalo Soldiers. Echo Charlie says the White Buffalo Native Prophecy. Battery 79 says a snowflake was crying at me in Discord today. Gatekeeping shill, in my opinion. Yeah, it could easily be. By the way, if you've missed anything, if you showed up late, there will be a replay right after this, and we are going to be live tonight to take calls. Although if you have anything urgent, you're invited to call in now, 833-311-1984. You know, there's never been a crisis actor whistleblower. Like, I was a crisis actor. Diary of a Crisis Actor. There hasn't been one. And why is that? I've been wondering about this. It's either one of two things. It's like the movie Utopia, where the actors are from another society. They have their own little parallel existence, Crisis Actor Island. So they don't really coexist. Or two, they're paid so well. Like, I've been thinking that maybe crisis acting is the new Hollywood. And that's why you have Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, Marilyn Manson, and others getting into the TV dramas. Like O.J. Simpson did. He figured it out. O.J. Simpson is one of the biggest stars alive today. And what was his starring role? The thing in the court. That was it. That was it. Does it make a difference if it's on court TV or the big screen? No, it doesn't. It does not make a lick of difference because you're talking about captivating attention. You're the creation of an icon. This is idol worship. All right, so the Buffalo Shooter, live streamed the shooting in Twitch, and he spent time on 4chan. Infamous with racism, misogyny, and extremism. So on the topic of racism, misogyny, and extremism, you know, these are things that are always used to describe the far right. But the far left is, I would say, the party of eugenics. The far left is the party of institutional racism. I mean, the Democrats were behind the black code, the whole segregation, Jim Crow, slavery. Yeah, that was Democrat. So Democrats were eugenicists. As far as misogyny and extremism, I think we can all point to the left for that as well. Climate change is one of the most extreme beliefs you could adopt right now. There's no evidence for it. You're basically a doomsday preacher. Your average greenie today is wearing a shirt that says the world's going to end, or they have a bumper sticker, the world's coming to an end, you must change your ways. Some of them will glue themselves onto planes. You got various movements out there like Extinction Rebellion, where they play dead in dinosaur museums because they believe that the human race is going to go extinct. And they're so mixed up. It's like, wait, what's the problem? You know, what's the problem here? We don't have any evidence to support this. You know, this is them more or less crisis acting. And so now they've gotten to the point where they're so sensitive about this issue because there's no evidence to support it that they're banning conversations about it. You can't post climate change denial on Pinterest. You can't have ads that suggest that the ocean levels aren't rising or that cow flatulence isn't drowning polar bears. You can't advertise that on Twitter. They don't want your money. Why is that? It's because these ideas are dangerous because they are correct. So anyway, let's move on here. We're going through TechCrunch.com. Now, the people who read TechCrunch.com don't know the news is fake. They generally don't know the shootings are fake. They don't know there's a site war. They don't even know there is such a thing. Unlike mainstream social networks like Discord, 4chan does not do any proactive content moderation and only removes illegal content when required to do so. In Discord chat logs reviewed by TechCrunch, the shooter notes that he, quote, only really turned racist after encountering white supremacist ideas on 4chan. So the idea here is that, like you can catch a virus, you can catch a mind virus. So it's not just that bad ideas are self-discrediting. No, if you're exposed to bad ideas, you become that idea. It becomes a part of you. This is the theory of memetics as an analog to genetics, and the idea that you just catch ideas, that they gestate, they cross-pollinate. These ideas aren't things that you carefully consider and filter out. No, they assume you have no critical thinking. This entire idea of censoring on our behalf, this actually correlates to the vax concept. It correlates to the concept of the Second Amendment. It has to do with this. It has to do with self-defense. Can you be your own filter mentally? Can you be reliant on your own immune system? Can you defend your own home? Because this would require, of course, free speech, guns, and a functioning immune system. They want you to say, no, the government has to inject an immune system. The government has to defend you. You take away your guns. And the government has to censor for you because you have no filter on your mind. So you see the common denominator here, the filter. They want to take over all the filtering your safety mentally, physically, internally, and externally, from physical threats, Second Amendment, and internal threats, the virus, the injectable immune system. They don't want you to be able to defend yourself on any level. That's the agenda. So this goes on to talk about how Discord is the new devil. And the name Discord sounds ominous to people who are afraid of disinformation. Like Reddit, most of Discord's hands-on moderation comes from community moderators within their chat rooms. They rely on human moderators, more or less. Now, they started using this automated content scanner where if you post a dank meme, more likely it'll, like Twitter does, it'll block it. If you post anything that looks even suggestive, it'll block it. So they have already kind of instituted some degree of censorship. But again, this is all predicated on the idea that you can't censor your own thoughts, or rather filter your own thoughts. So they want to filter for you. New York AG opens probe into social media platforms that Buffalo shooter was active on. So where did he catch this? And you can see the parallel here again. It went from the Quran radicals and the radical mosques and the radical clerics and contact tracing. This is what the Patriot Act was for. You got to figure out, where did he get these ideas? Trace the radical ideas to its source. When did this guy go to Yemen and get radicalized and bring it back and radicalize this guy? That was the whole story post 9/11. And Guantanamo is where you quarantine them, and then of course, the whole thing has been refurbished. But this time, the threat is local. And this all ties into 9/11 being represented in the new Batman movie as 11/6, kind of an inversion there, where the Patriots rise up because of Q, who's kind of the OBL. He's the radical that incites them, and they attack Election Day, and they flood it. But anyway, this is all stuff that we expected, and they're blaming the platforms, the radicalizing platforms, not the shooter himself. So he's just the suicide bomber. He's just an incel suicide bomber fighting the great Satan, but they have to trace it now. New York Attorney General has opened an investigation into the companies, as though they're the ones to blame. Of course, they made him 18 to correlate with Kyle Rittenhouse. They had him drive 3 hours. Again, Rittenhouse connection. Going through your comments. Mr. Pride says, on lunch at work, catching the stream. Okay, awesome. Yeah, we're going to be doing things earlier in the day and in the evenings. Sometimes earlier, sometimes this time. Just go to infiniteplanesociety.com for all of the links. And if you've missed anything, because the gremlins sabotaged us this morning, it will be replaying right after. And you can also find us on all kinds of live streaming platforms besides YouTube and DLive, and also you can find us on all the podcasting platforms. If you search Infinite Plane, you don't even have to put radio. Just search Infinite Plane. You'll find us on iHeartRadio with the latest updates. Okay, so there's an investigation that will look into Discord, 8chan, 4chan, and Twitch. Now I have some insights into 8chan. And this all does tie into Q, because Q made his appearance on 4chan and 8chan. And these are the sites that were targeted after the Christchurch. And when this thing happened, I said this is an American Christchurch, and that's exactly what it has turned out to be. In fact, I would say that Brenton Tarrant, the Christchurch shooter, and this shooter both need to get refunds on their GoPro lenses, because they're equally terrible, unwatchable, way too pixelated. And this reminds me, there's something else. You know how I'd said that there's a clear case here for plagiarism, that perhaps Brenton Tarrant needs to see a good copyright lawyer? Well, listen to this. This just came out. Using a plagiarism detecting software at Kylie Felher, we determined that 28% of the manifesto from the Buffalo shooter is plagiarized. So 28% of it was plagiarized from Christchurch. I called it, without even reading the whole thing, skimming it. I mean, it's really toxic if you look at the visuals, the art. I just listened to it on my text-to-speech reader. And I was like, this sounds like Brenton Tarrant. Well, if you go to Brenton Tarrant, you'll find that probably 33% of his is plagiarized from Anders Breivik. And Anders Breivik is probably 33% plagiarized from the Unabomber. I mean, you can trace these things back. It's because they're all coming from the same place, the FBI. But if Brenton Tarrant needs a copyright lawyer, he should be able to get one. That's collectible there. So I've been watching Inside Job, by the way. And Inside Job is this series on Netflix, which basically means it's telling you the future literally, specifically. It's basically a scrying mirror. So episode 6 has Jeff Bezos being killed by a kraken on his mega yacht. That's about to happen. But I was looking at the whole series, start to finish, because somebody recommended it. And episode 2 has this place where they're cloning all the Deathmakers. So they can bring back Tupac. They can bring back JFK. They just got to decide when. These things are all there ready to be activated, according to this TV show. So here's an episode where you have JFK Sr., or Q. Yes, if you didn't know, the Kool-Aid drinkers think that behind all these mysterious tweets and posts is a guy named John F. Kennedy. Q plus is Trump, R is Junior. It's insane. It's literally insane, but Netflix is covering it, and this should tell you something. And there was an episode several years ago, like in 2018, of the Justice League and the Fatal Five or something. It was like Batman and a few others, where the bad guy was a conspiracy theorist who took a newsroom hostage. And he said, I'm not going to let you go until you admit the JFK shooting was a hoax. I'm like, wow, that's pretty specific. Continuing. Yeah, the Oracle at Netflix. So here's another one. Episode 2. Same one. So yesterday I was talking about how Russia was discussing how they could nuke Finland. And I believe they said it would take 200 seconds, but it's on the news out there. So they're getting the public acclimated to the idea that they're all going to die, that Satan 2 is going to come down and kill them. So they're actually showing them, this is what it's going to look like when the missile comes down. This is how long you have. A Russian TV host explains how UK could be attacked in seconds. But one of the places they reference hitting is Finland. And I thought, what would that look like if Finland gets nuked? Finland and Sweden to join NATO despite Russia's threat. Russia deploys nukes to border with Finland. Russia threatens to nuke Britain and Finland in seconds. So here's where it gets interesting, and it ties into Inside Job, which again, Inside Job is a reference to 9/11. It was Bill Hicks's slogan, 9/11 was an inside job. So for Inside Job to have the Kraken killing Bezos on his yacht, very significant. Anyway, here's a short clip here. For about
Финляндии сказать, что они вступают в НАТО.
Russia's deploying nuke missiles to Finland border.
Искандеров в количестве Выборгом где-то.
Now it's just a video of somebody who sees these things, but the story's out there. And here's where it ties in to Inside Job. Season 1, Episode 2, you have this half-dolphin general character who says, Finland has been pretty full of themselves lately. So they're trying to decide where to launch their new missile, which I think they called it the Reagan. So the Reagan missile is going to hit Finland, and this is in Inside Job. So they're on the map. Also, I want to point this out. There aren't any false flag attacks. Like, I don't believe in mantras. This isn't a cult. I don't think that people should have to repeat things. I think they can assess ideas. But if we did have a mantra, like if there was a big group of us, a gathering, and we were to repeat something, it would be, there aren't any false flag attacks. False flag theory is a government misinformation tactic to hide hoaxes and psychological operations. And it's true. There haven't been any false flag attacks. Prove one. Prove one. Because we're talking about psychological operations and hoaxes. For it to be a false flag, you have to prove somebody actually died. So show me where somebody actually died in a terror attack. Show me where somebody actually died in a shooting. Show me actual COVID deaths. Because until you do, you have the same burden that the mass media does. You got to provide the evidence. There's no blood in Buffalo. So what are you doing calling it a false flag? And that's what Alex Jones and others do, and I predicted they would. The people who call these things false flags are either not up to speed or they're agents. One or the other. So who do you want to follow? An agent or somebody who's not up to speed? And why would you follow somebody who's not up to speed? It's already mid-2022, and people are still saying false flag. That was a government misinformation line put there decades ago to hide hoaxes, to hide the stage, and it's been very successful. So Alex Jones comes out there, his face red as a tomato, stressed out. It was a false flag, looking more and more like Eric Cartman every day. It's like, what do you mean false flag? There was no blood. Nobody died. Nobody died. I mean, it's literally a hoax, and that's a big deal because if nobody died, then it proves that the mass media on all sides of the spectrum, left, right, all the media, alt media even, collude in mass deception. Or you can overlook that and pretend like this was an isolated incident goaded by the FBI. But that's not true. By the way, yesterday, Jake the A-hole came into the chat room and he said the instant I mentioned Alex Jones, he just uploaded a new video, which is a short clip, Infowars 2.0 featuring primetime Alex Stein 99. I didn't want to play the whole thing. It's not that long. But I'm going to play a little bit of this thing and I'll give you the link so you can watch the whole thing in its entirety on your own. And stay to the end. No spoilers, but the last 3 seconds is like the best.
Welcome back to InfoWars, folks. These globalists who rule over us, they actually have no real power. You see, they are members of an occult, and they have interdimensional homosexual sex with each other, ritualistically. And we don't condone that sort of behavior around here.
All right, so this is Alex, and then I think Stein makes a appearance. I'm putting a link in the chat and I'll put the link on my Minds.com account. It says InfoWars 2.0 featuring primetime Alex Stein 99.
And I tried all of Alex Jones' male vitality pills, and let me tell you what, it made my nipples harder than Chinese arithmetic.
All right, so there you have it. InfoWars 2.0 featuring primetime Alex Stein 99. Travis Cloud says he's nailing the voices. Yeah, actually, it can be said that Jake Gibson does a better Richie from Boston than Richie from Boston. Like, Richie might as well just retire. Alex Jones, yeah, that was very Alex Jonesy. That was as close as you could get. Let me play. I hate spoilers, but I'm gonna play like the last 10 seconds because this is the best Alex Jones I've ever heard. Better than Alex Jones. Better than Bill Hicks pretending to be Alex Jones. Like, this is pretty good.
The future's gonna be bleak, folks, if you don't wake up, step up, and fight back with nonviolence against these damn globalists. Welcome back to Info.
Yeah, so what do you think? Nailed it? Anyway, I put a link in the chat. Didn't mean to get too sidetracked. We've been talking about the Batman film that the Riddler, who's Q, with his question mark, very intimidating symbol, the question mark. When are they going to ban those things? You know, it's kind of notable here that the question mark is in the crosshairs. If you look at the character, the emblem. And they seem to have based him on the Zodiac killer, just stylistically. Very Zodiac. But anyway, you have the question mark in the crosshairs because they're actually aiming at the questioners, the people who don't trust authority or don't trust their politicians, who think for themselves, who don't need the government to censor their thoughts for them, who rely on their own immune systems, very, very dangerous, who want to defend their own homes, terrorists. But the main thing about them is the weapon of choice is the Tucker. And then you have the Tucker Carlson scapegoat for the Riddler-inspired shooter out there in Buffalo. It's very, very neat how they tie all these stories together. T-Dog135 said, I watched an old IPS show yesterday and Jake called into it. It was funny. Echo Charlie says, Jake, the orifice was so cringe, Tim. Well, cringertainment's a thing. You know, I started using the term conspiratainment because the media is saying conspiracists. You know, conspiracist. It's like, I thought I was a theorist. It makes it sound like I should be wearing a white smock, like I'm doing science. Yeah, I'm a conspiracy theorist. But no, now I'm a conspiracist. So I'm like, screw that. We're doing conspiratainment. So this is more art, philosophy, and film criticism than anything. But then I find that cringertainment is actually a thing too. So, and it's big, and it's blowing up. Maybe it's because of the TikTokification of the American mind. Or it's a global infection, isn't it? All right, let me go through the headlines some more. We have a few things. Yes, the MAGA formula is getting darker and darker. Dark MAGA rising. Dirty bomb drills run in Austin. So if you live in Austin, you might expect some low-flying aircraft to drop off some dirty bombs, so a radiological attack. And all that means is they lock down a city, they tell you to put on a mask, and they do decontamination. It's just another variant. It's another variant of the pandemic response, but with other concerns like wind and how far is the fallout going to carry. But again, this is being staged. It's a drill all throughout Austin. And why? It's because they believe there are known radiological terror cells entering the U.S. So they know there are terror cells coming, so they're doing drills in advance. Does anybody see any sense in that? I certainly don't. It seems to me, par for the course. They're going to do something, so they got to get all their assets in place, their agents in place. Their PSYOP entertainment complex needs to be staged ahead of these simulated attacks that the public will believe are real because the public lives in a simulation. Echo Charlie says Jake is an okay hole. Tony says Alex Stein will be the next Alex Jones replacement when he gets taken down for spreading misinfo. Yeah, I've said it, Alex Stein. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I call him Alex Stein because he's never going to go away. Obviously, although he looks like a Alex Stein 99, looks like a 99-cent store Tucker Carlson. But no, I think he's actually going to be an Alex Jones replacement. And if you look at the Bill Hicks script he gave to producer Kevin Booth, the script is for a Rush Limbaugh-like character who gets taken out by one of his own listeners down the road. So I think Alex Jones gets taken out. And then the Owen Schroyer and Alex Stein should be sufficient to keep that thing going forward, to continue to carry the tip of the spear. That's what they call it, right? The tip of the spear. The tip of the QAnon shaman spear. You know, I was looking at that video put out from Fort Bragg yesterday, and this is the one where they talk about the world being a stage. And this is from Fort Bragg. It's their Psywar department. And they say, we are everywhere. We are the tip of the spear. All the world's a stage. Come join us. If you haven't seen it, the video is called Masters of Influence. It's the 4th Psychological Operations Group. And they put out this promo video about the world stage, how they're everywhere, and they are the tip of the spear, among other things. If you haven't seen it, we covered it yesterday, but it's out of Fort Bragg. Now, this channel is not anti-inoculation. In fact, Infinite Plane Radio is Mind War inoculation. Ask anyone here. No negative side effects. All the side effects are positive. Spirit Jordan says Jake looks like a young De Niro. And talking about Jake Gibson. Hey, look, he's a miracle. The fact he's still alive. Jake Gibson went out to Sacramento and had people line up to cough in his face. And this was at the height of the pandemic panic. And he's still with us, which is something of a medical anomaly, right? I'm surprised the WHO hasn't taken him in to just check him out. How did he survive? Oh, let's play this. This is the best evil villain laugh ever. This is Elon Musk when he finds out that 20% of Twitter is fake, half of Biden's followers are fake. That's why I called this live stream Bot World Order. Because we really are in a world populated by mostly mindless repetition, mindless redundancies. Whether they are CGI, AI, or people, doesn't make a difference. But anyway, this is Elon Musk confronting the question of the fakery behind the numbers that Twitter puts out there.
That you see making comments on a daily basis on Twitter is above 95%. That is what they're claiming. Does anyone have that experience?
All right, there you have it. Evil villain laugh from your savior, Pope Elon. Wild. Sometimes they let the masks slip, don't they? Rare, but they do. All right, let's see here. This is barely worth mentioning. There was a guy who gave 2 different reports at the Buffalo shooting with 2 different names. And people spread this saying he was a crisis actor, and it later got debunked. The news media got it wrong. You'll find, oftentimes, after events, you'll have false positives for the thing being a hoax intentionally leaked to steal search engine results. So if you're searching for crisis actors following Buffalo, you'll find false leads like this that have been pre-debunked for you. Just simply ignore them. The facts are on our side. That's just another thing to expect. So free speech is under attack, but we are completely impervious to it. I think we have pretty good cover. And even though we have to deal with small, minor technical errors here and there, technical glitches, we do have a consistent output. We're constantly researching, constantly finding new things. And I happen to think that this Riddler with the Tucker as a weapon is a pretty significant find. I think it's a pretty big deal. Very, very consistent with what we've seen thus far. Okay, I have a few voicemails I want to play.
Hey, Tim. I really appreciate you letting me call in to speak with you tonight. It was cool, man. Hey, man. The one thing I really do want to say to you is I love your content. It's great, man. You are very observant about what's going on in this place.
Oh yeah, that was the caller, Jerry from the other night. We had a long talk. Yes, absolutely. First time caller. We have a lot of people who have never called in. And so if you haven't, you're welcome to leave messages. You can also hit me up on Skype. Look up Infinite Plane Radio. Another voicemail.
Hey, Tim. I was curious if you ever thought about submitting a Freedom of Information Act or law to these cities and requesting crime scene photos. If you want to look into that, let me know.
Yeah, I do want to look into that. This thing about using the Freedom of Information Act to get crime scene photos, autopsy reports, find out what really happened. Because this is one of their weak spots, and this is why Dr. Carver, the hilariously named, I guess you'd call medical examiner, Dr. Carver, carves up the bodies. He put in some request to block autopsy reports of miners in advance of Sandy Hook. You can imagine why. And someone suggested that there is something like 6 hours released from the 1/6 event, but I don't expect anything out of it. You know, the 1/6 event was a total psyop. Whatever you saw on the inside could have been pre-recorded. But yes, I will look into the Freedom of Information Act.
Hey, Tim, I'm trying to test my video or voice recorder. I called the Buffalo Police Department multiple times trying to figure out the case number for the situation over there at the Tops Market. I talked to Riviera. They transferred me to the lieutenants, Hofstetter and Tomasula. The lieutenants didn't answer, and then the dispatcher wouldn't answer any of my questions. Actually, she answered a few of the questions, but
Fascinating. Fascinating. Okay. So he's actually calling to get case numbers, and he's not finding any case numbers. I wonder why that would be. And what we're doing here is investigative reporting. What we're doing is actually deeper than that. I would call it reality investigation or something like that, because what we're doing is actually, it's more philosophical. It's very, I would say, academic. We're not really activists, but we do a great deal of reality testing the claims of liars in high places. Infinite Plane Radio.
Oh, hey, Tim, it's Coyote Smoking Mirror. How are you, sir?
Excellent. How are you doing today?
Good, thanks. I don't know if I was hearing a replay, but the call you were talking about how the last election with Biden was obviously fake, right? I mean, obviously a sham. And I was just thinking that that people need to realize that of course all these elections are selections and they're predetermined but they made it they intentionally made it easy for us the whole world to see how contrived and fake these elections are, such that you were then given a choice: am I going to believe in this or not believe in it? If I'm a Democrat and it went my way, will I forgive it? Or if I'm a Republican, am I going to fight it just this time, but not the last time when we won? But they went out of the way to show us what a fake election it was.
Yeah, I would say that too. That, in other words, they're all fake. It's not like this one was stolen and Trump was a savior. No, he was presented as a savior for one side, but that I think it was blatantly made to look like a theft to incite a great deal of anger on the right. And then to also, I think, yeah, it does allow people on the left who are either complicit, don't care, or who just don't believe. But yeah, I think this was just creating a schism. I don't think it was like, if only they had caught these mules, it wouldn't have happened. No, I mean, clearly this was written this way.
Now, have you heard about this Dr. David Martin and his group of physicians and attorneys and whatever who have filed another Utah Supreme Court case accusing Fauci and a bunch of others of premeditated terrorism? They've got some website called prosecutenow.com or something. Have you heard about that?
I haven't. They're trying to get Fauci for war crimes or something?
Yeah, they're literally prosecuting them for a conspiracy to commit murder, which is the what I call the Donald Trump warp speed mystery injection. For creating that, they're trying to accuse them of premeditated terrorism. And I noticed that they did not include Donald Trump in the indictment.
Right.
Because if you think about it, Donald Trump is on multiple occasions in public taken full responsibility for the creation of the vaccine. So why didn't they include Trump in the indictment as well? So therefore, we know it's another controlled opposition.
Good call there, because he calls himself the Vax Father. And this was
That's right.
a major dose of cognitive dissonance when he came out in favor of it, because the QAnon wisdom at the time was, this is going to kill us all. So why isn't he being criticized as much as Fauci? If anything, he's more culpable because he's the guy with the power, or was.
That's right. And if you remember, in 2018, Trump signed an executive order, which means him alone, the executive himself, signed an order to create the National Vaccine Task Force, or I think it was called something like the National Pandemic Task Force, something to that effect. But I can find that for you, and give it to you. But essentially, Trump set up the apparatus for the delivery system of the weapon, which is the premeditated terrorism, which is the premeditated murder, which the lawsuit is about. I mean, that's an executive order. It's from Trump himself, signed in his name. And you can find the video of him signing that as well, too. Plus, I can find it on the .gov website as well. So if that's not participation, I don't know what is.
Yeah, they're so disconnected from this. And do you remember when Trump used to read that poem about the snake? And it was always a reference to illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
He'd be like, you knew I was a
Yeah,
snake when
yeah.
you took me in. When he first took that Vax Father title in Operation Warp Speed, I started playing that on my live streams. I was like, look, he told you he's the snake. He told you early on. He loved reading that poem. And yeah, I mean, what else can you say? And he's literally there with the needle, the fang of the snake.
And don't forget, then there's the whole snake venom conspiracy going on as well. That the vaccine contains snake venom. And have you heard that one yet?
I have that. The thing
It's a little old.
They were putting snake venom in the water, and it was to hybridize people with the devil. All kinds of snake and Satan stuff coming out. But yeah, definitely Trump just totally contradicted everything that they would have expected from him as a savior, and now suddenly he's not on their list of people responsible for this. That's insane.
Yeah, it should be the first. Hey, Tim, keep up the good work. Great callers, great Discord chat. I've got to get back to work. Just called on my lunch break, but have a great time, and I'm sure I'll be checking in later.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Have a great day. Everyone that's Smoke and Mirror, always excellent information on Twitter and on the phone calls. And yes, we do have the best callers, and we will continue that tradition. We don't censor. We rarely kick people out of Discord servers. I kicked someone, but I let him back in. But it's because he was trying to guilt trip me out of analyzing Buffalo, because he said, think about the families of the victims. And I'm like, we're way past the point of being tricked by state criers, by actors. By the way, Infinite Plane Society Discord server is open to all. Just go to patreon.com/Infinite Plane Society, $2 cover charge. Memes are free. And like I said, we'll be back later on today to take calls. There's just so much to go through, and many more things are developing. Everything's happening according to a plan. And like the caller emphasized, there was no chance that Trump was going to be a savior. This thing was an operation to create the impression that it was stolen in order to create what they've created so far. And it's not over yet. It's a midterm election coming up, which means all of the PSYOP actors will be fully employed. I want to emphasize this again. There aren't any false flag attacks. False flag theory is a government misinformation tactic. It's a false explanation. And its use is to hide hoaxes and psychological operations. So if you want to hide the stage, if you want to help the MSM continue to talk about, quote, false flags without any evidence of any actual deaths. Spirit Jordan says, we might not be back if the asteroid hits today. That's correct. Today's the 19th. There is some talk out there, really over the next week. I've been listening to Jurassic Liars lately, and yesterday, actually this morning, I was listening to one of his videos, and he came across some of the stuff we've been talking about regarding this connection between David Bowie and Elvis. And he added on some things, and he found a number of things in The Man Who Fell to Earth, which is one of the topics that I've been covering. You know, The Man Who Fell to Earth is a film that came out in '76 starring David Bowie. But David Bowie's 1972 prophecy about the Savior turns out to be pointing at Kanye West. This is part of the narrative. It's not even a theory anymore. David Bowie had a prophecy about a Savior to be born in '72, and all signs point to Kanye West as being his successor, filling this particular role on the world stage. Well, this is a continuation of this Man Who Fell to Earth black star Elvis Presley. And there's a continuity here that we've been exploring. Well, just as Bowie stars in The Man Who Fell to Earth, there's a new show out called The Man Who Fell to Earth. It's a remake of it. But the star of the movie is an actor who has many parallels to Kanye West in his onstage role and his real-world age. And it ties into Kanye West, just furthering this connection between Bowie and Kanye. This is one of the things he was covering, and a lot of things came out throughout the course of that particular live stream, other points which I'll be bringing up. Let me play a clip here. This is former President George W. Bush, who sounds a lot like Charlie Manson. But here's something he said. I guess it's a gaffe, a Bush-ism. George W. Bush says, quote, let me play it.
Russian elections are rigged. Political opponents are imprisoned or otherwise eliminated from participating in the electoral process. The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia and the decision of one man.
Here it is. The decision of one man
to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq.
The decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq.
Of Ukraine.
Of Ukraine. So what is that? Was this teleprompted? Is this a joke? This is comedy, whatever it is.
And the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq. Of Ukraine. Iraq. Anyway.
All right, anyway. Yeah, that was probably scripted. Anyway, that's W there. Okay, so here's a couple of things that were brought up. Here it is. It's called Jurassic Liars, Elvis Seattle 611, Trump 84. That was the one I was going through today. And I'll be perusing this video and I'll be taking a couple of points out of it just to connect some more dots. It's one of the reasons why I recommend his channel, is he has put together many, many things and has found many, many clues. But here, he shows that like Bowie and like Kanye, Elvis Presley he's the original Starman, Man Who Fell to Earth. Of course, Starman, anagram for Mr. Satan. And he's also noted the Seattle connection with the Man Who Fell to Earth. But there was something in particular here that I thought really stood out as interesting. Turns out that Elvis Presley's Hollywood star is literally a black star, and it's the only one like it. And I believe it's because they had to move it. Let me just play a short clip here. There's quite a lot here. This is very information dense.
We also had the Black Star, okay, because it's in reference to Elvis. Do you understand? Elvis is the Black Star. And you see this 5-pointed star? This is on Hollywood Walk of Fame. It's the only black star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And it has no name. And do you know whose star this is? The Black Star? So Elvis's original star looked like this, but it was changed into the Black Star. And they'll tell you that it was moved for wear and tear reasons.
So here you have it. So the Black Star significance again connects with Bowie and this bigger prophecy about the man who fell to earth. All kinds of interesting things here. But Bowie's final album was released on Elvis's birthday, called Black Star. Elvis had a song called Black Star. Lyrics were about, when you see a black star, you're about to die. Well, Bowie releases the album on Elvis's birthday, which is also his own birthday, January 8th, and 2 days later, he dies. The symbol of the black star, the man who fell to earth, ties into all kinds of other storylines, narrative threads here. And Jurassic Liars covers these things unlike anyone else, and has done quite a lot with the numerology and the analysis of names. And this is where it gets really intriguing, is the names and the connections between the dates. And it all makes sense when you get into the reality of what we're looking at being a cult obsessed with what we would term magic or astrology, astrotheology. And he even came across something else about this so-called wow signal. The wow signal, August 15th, 1977. And this was a narrowband radio signal that supposedly gave people some kind of incentive to start looking for aliens. So this is just another part of the video he covered. But it took place in 77, the year Elvis died, and the year Kanye was born. And also the guy who plays the man who fell to earth in the new movie. And also 77 was the Summer of Sam, when we had that blackout on 42nd Street. Summer of Sam, he's taking orders, of course, Mr. 44, taking orders from a dog, which I think is a reference to Pluto. And Kanye West presenting himself on the day of Pluto return. Again, Pluto has a dog association thanks to Disney. And also Hades. You know, Hades guarding the gates with his dogs. But anyway, all of this connects in this video, what we've been talking about, that there is a Elvis to Bowie to Kanye connection, and that they're carrying the same archetype. They're sending the same messages. And it's all about the alien savior narrative, which is still oncoming. I don't think it's over yet, the big picture. And by the way, expect a bad sequel. We've been hearing a lot about COVID 2, Pandemic 2, Satan 2. Listen to this. This is Star Trek Strange New Worlds, Season 1, Episode 3.
What do you recommend, Doctor?
To keep it from spreading, full lockdown.
Computer, open a channel, ship-wide. Attention all crew members. We are initiating Level 5 lockdown protocol effective immediately.
So Star Trek,
Ship-wide.
Level 5 lockdown
Attention all
protocol.
crew members. We are initiating Level 5 lockdown protocol effective immediately. All non-essential personnel will be confined to quarters until further notice. All on-duty
All
personnel-
non-essential personnel will be confined in their quarters until further notice. So if you want to be essential, you have to get an IPS press pass, infiniteplainsociety.com. I'll list them there today. Press passes will make sure that you are essential because members of the media, weirdly, are considered to be essential. And we are media. If you're calling in, if you're reporting, if you're in the think tank, if you're posting comments, if you're contributing, if you're adding pieces to this million-piece puzzle, then you are media. Dogface Pony Soldier 19 says Elvis was a moonchild. Fascinating. Wouldn't surprise me. I think Kanye West is also a moonchild. I think Donald Trump was a moonchild. I'll put that in my notes here. Tonight, we'll talk about the Moonchild, what that is, because it's very significant too. It's very significant considering the new movie Doctor Strange has the Scarlet Witch. And the Scarlet Witch correlates to Marjorie Taylor Greene, the mother of the Moonchild in the Babylon working with Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley. They didn't conceive a physical child, but supposedly they invoked the spirit of the Antichrist who took up residence in Donald Trump while he was still in the womb. Let me play this clip. This is Ghosts in the Machine from the 4th PSYOP group.
Wolves hiding nearby, whispering, do or die.
Born from the ashes, and you have images of ghosts. You'll find us in the shadows at the tip of the spear. All the world's a stage. And I believe he says, we are everywhere.
As I wait to say my last goodbye.
That's Ghosts in the Machine, 4th PSYOP group, All the World's a Stage. This makes me think that Owen Schroyer is probably part of the 4th PSYOP group. We put on the QAnon shaman costume and ran with the spear into the Capitol to sabotage and really just bring about chaos so they can instill more order. We know the formula. This is COVID Cooties by Symbia. I'll return it to 24/7. Sign up for the newsletter and the text alerts so you don't miss the live stream tonight. We will take calls on all these topics and more.
I'm so COVID cute, I think I've got a real bad coop. I need to get out of the house instead of doing what you tell me to. I caught the COVID cooties, now my life is like a movie. I'm not staying home. I'm filming all the empty hospitals. Supposed to Christ exacting sheep running through all of these psyops that go. Smoke screen. Extinction in a book. Bone War. George Jensen. Doomsday. Jim Henson. Mongol. Solar system. There's a reborn.
All right, thank you for joining. This is Infinite Plane Radio for May 18th, 2022. It's 4:45 p.m. Mountain Time. I sent out live stream notifications. You're hearing Dinosaurs in Space, Chief Crow